June 6th, 2026. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list right now is open. We've got 3 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 spots, and then we're closing the list today. Anybody else who gets on the list after that will be added to the list tomorrow. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private reads on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter. Between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read, the other reading giveaway we're doing today is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. As I pop my microphone out, hold on a minute. It's one of those days. All right. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be gifting a reading. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I'll be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you would like to find those full readings, you can find them over on the place where we keep the videos. You can find them over on the place where we keep the photos. You can find them as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we get started today, first and foremost, most important question. How you doing right now? Scale 1 to 10. It's hard opening energy. It's hard opening energy. And the thing about it is, when I say that, it means like the energy is gonna feel different depending on how inclined you're feeling to having a hard opening. Ready or not. It's like it's good. And I like to point that out. Like, that's the thing about it, because, like, you know, like, we got Aries, we got Saturn and Neptune in Aries. Okay, while we've got Venus and Jupiter, like, conjoined. It's like Kiss. You know what I mean? Like, it's just now Kiss. It's like it's a lot of that. It's a lot of the warm fuzzies to a certain extent, and especially with Mercury there, which does a lot of work in relationality to us feeling, you know, very working through the space of compassion. But there you go with Saturn and Neptune and Aries, right? So it's fix your heart. You know what I mean? It's like, be kind or else. Forcing compassion in here, which I don't necessarily like. Depending on your sign, we're gonna get into all the signs today. You know, it's gonna be hitting all the signs a little bit differently. You know, for some, you know, like, I feel like, again, Cancer energy. I feel like this is gonna be like wonderful energy right now. There's a couple other signs, maybe, you know, Taurus. How we doing, Taurus? You know, Mars is just going through Taurus right now. It's gonna be fine. Deep breaths, box breathing. But more than anything, the one thing I want you to kind of work through right now, no matter where we're like, the one thing that's coming through with a lot of this energy has to do with recontextualizing the past, right? And the thing about it, and I think that this is really important to notate, is when we are doing the work effectively, we are recontextualizing in the best way possible, right? Because that is why, right? That is why we get very invested in our past, right? And it's the difference. And I want to point out that the one thing I want to point out with this type of energy right now that could be a little bit difficult is the difference between the healthy work that we do as we're learning. Like, there you are learning in a healthy way. And what are you doing? Right? Recontextualizing, right? And it's like busy, you know, it's like getting busy recontextualizing a lot of the energy in the past, right? Which is why one gets very deeply invested in one's own history, right? Like when you recognize the fact that the more you learn, not only do you learn in the present, but it recontextualizes everything that came before it, then you get very eager and excited to be able to kind of look back upon things with a new sense of an understanding. This is how nostalgia becomes a hurdle, right? Because what does nostalgia often refuse to do? Often, and not all nostalgia, but there's a quality, right? There's a quality of carrying too much nostalgia for things, which creates the refusal to re it's the refusal to do that, right? The nostalgia, the difference between the healthy nostalgia that one builds into a sense of sentimentality as it relates to how one previously was versus the unhealthy, right? The unhealthy nostalgia, wherein you observe another person's absolute, abject refusal to recontextualize anything, right? And this is why we navigate things with a sense of adaptability, right? We say like, as like with based upon what we understand, right? Right. That's why you'll often see that's why you'll often see intelligent people always saying based upon what we know at this moment, right? Like, you always see that little caveat thrown in, right? There's somebody intelligent always throwing in that little caveat based on what we know at the moment, right? Because it leaves room to be able to recontextualize when you recognize that the nature of being alive is information that's perpetually incoming. So I think that's really important because, I will also point out, and I just want to give a little bit of warning here because we've got a Gemini new moon coming up. There might be a little bit of silliness arriving right now as it relates to old conversations. Okay. And I'm just saying that, right? Because, like, you know, it's Saturn and Neptune in Aries with Eris and Chiron. Okay. It's not just a fact. It's like, like it's just that it's a look. It's a look, It's it's like Saturn and Neptune with Chiron and Eris, which is being like, what are you doing over there, guys? Nothing. Like, you know. So I want you to kind of keep that in mind because the one thing I gotta say is like there is there is a quality to this energy that is kind of inherently polarizing. But I want to point out sometimes the ability to recognize the polarizing quality of energy allows one to be like some observing observing that is like overcoming it, if that makes sense. Now this is also, I bring this up because this is also having a massive impact depending on whether you align to masculine, feminine, or non-binary energy. Bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what you feel most aligned to. And we're going to start first with talking about masculine energy because the cards we got, like, and again, if you are a tarot nerd such as myself, then I would strongly encourage you to head on over to our stack because you can see I post a spread there every day for your viewing pleasure as you were. So you can see the spread there. And what's absolutely, yeah, it's funny because like alarms are going off and I'm like, yeah, that seems about right for what I was seeing in the masculine in the masculine cards yesterday. Very, very well. Well, on cue. What we're seeing, like, all the nights. All the nights. No, I mean all the nights. All the nights appeared in yesterday's reading. So, and I've got it here. I'll show you. We got ourselves our Knight of Swords, boop, boop, right? We started with that one. That was all in my headspace. And we had the Knight of Pentacles in its reversal. Okay, and then there weren't any knights in the heart space. But then, boom, we go down to the unconscious. We got that Knight of Wands, right? And then we got our Knight of Cups. Do you know the odds of pulling all four knights just in The masculine space, yeah, those are some odds. And so, but I think that this is what's important about it. And I think it's also important to notate that the two knights that were in the upright were the Knight of Swords in its upright with the Knight of Cups, because that is talking about when you are in a healthy space, you know, you know what to speak up about, right? You know what to articulate upon. And I like this because it's a continuation of the work that we see that's happening right now with Aries. I was talking a few months about how, like, a couple months ago, I felt like there was something that was very healing, having all those planets, like the confluence of the confluence of the Congress of all the planets we had, like, jam packed in the house of Aries, that was actually healing the Aries energy, because it's a continuation of understanding that anger isn't the problem, right? Anger's good. You're supposed to be angry about things if they're important, right? But often, often trauma will try to convince the self that if you're angry, there's something wrong with you. No, if you disassociate, there's something wrong with you. Anger is rational and reasonable so much as there's a logical reason for carrying it, right? It's like it's like the right to be upset. No, it's okay. I've got a right to be upset. I've got a license. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, right? That's what happens. The right to be upset is fine so long as you're carrying a license for it, right? You're like, yeah, here's a reason, right? And so I think that that's really important there, because I feel like that is exactly what I see. Oh, and I want to point out, and some of it feels like a conversation with healed masculine energy. It's like healed masculine energy versus unhealed masculine energy, right? And what is the difference, right? Like, what is the navigation point between difference between, and this was coming through like wild yesterday, the difference between healthy masculine energy, and this is like where it's triggering, which is the space by which you point out that when you're embodying something, you don't need to prove it. Said what I said, right? When you're embodying something, you don't feel the need to have to prove it. So what do you see? You see a lot of masculine energy. That's what the unhealed masculine energy that's constantly doing what in the act, in the performance of masculinity, right? Because the moment that you feel that you have to prove masculinity, you're performing masculinity. You've never even you feel disconnected from, like, it's the energy that tells on themselves, because in the space by which they feel they must prove it, they identify the fact that they don't feel that they are it, which is why we see, like, what do we see a lot of the healthy masculine energy doing? Not trying to prove anything to anyone, right? I literally had the energy going, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. I can't hear you asking me to prove something. I'm too busy being it. I can't hear you through all of this being. I can't hear you demanding proof of the existence of the masculinity that I am residing within. So there's something very important about that, because it's working into, right? This is the masculine, the healthy masculine energy that every day is setting that template, right? They're setting, what is the healthy masculine energy doing? Setting standards, right? And when you're in the middle of proving something, you're not setting standards on anything, right? It's like, that's what I mean. Like, choose, like, are you going around trying to prove things, or are you setting energetic standards? So I feel like that's really important, that was coming through in yesterday's reading, and it's shaping, right? It's shaping the relationships, it's shaping the nature of relationships, particularly and especially, I literally almost feel like it's some masculine energy talking about, like, the best masculine energy they've ever met, right? It's role model energy. It's either the work that one does on being a role model, or the work that one does in setting that energetic standard, right? Now let that bring us to the feminine energy, because the feminine energy cards yesterday were rather complicated, but they were also really cool. Okay, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to for feminine energy. And I think the most intriguing thing we saw is, I will point out, and again, pretty wild, all the court cards that we saw in feminine's like vector yesterday were sword cards. Okay, we had a Knight of Swords in its reversal. Okay, that was Again, and this is wild because we started yesterday. Masculine had a Knight of Swords in its upright. Feminine had Knight of Swords reversal. I don't mind that. And you'll understand why in a moment. But this was the coolest part. Check this out. In the heart space of feminine, we had the Queen of Swords in its upright with that Four of Cups in its reversal, with the King of Swords in its reversal, right? And this is feminine energy that is working through, right? It's the continuation of understanding that what feminine, like it's feminine healing, right? It's feminine continuing to heal from the from the convenience of others building into the sense of reliance, right? Because it understands that if this is a feminine energy, right? This is feminine energy that articulates that here's feminine trying to do everything for everyone, right? Like there's this feminine getting frustrated at situations where feminine's trying to do literally everything for everyone. And then, right, the modality by which another person's like, oh, you forgot about this, right? It's the understanding that when someone sees you doing everything for everyone, and then one articulates that one forgot about something, right? It's the identification point of recognizing and identifying someone who is carrying it all along, right? Like that observation, that experience, the ability to energetically articulate to another the valuation point of what it feels to be supportive is energy that looks for energy that has one another's back, right? And I feel like what's great about that is that says to me that feminine is getting really good at being able to effectively shed people pleasing so that one can see clearly, right? Because what effectively happens is when one is working on everything at all moments, the modality or the capacity by which another person has your energetic support helps each other, right? Take something from good to great. It helps us effectively energetically elevate. And so I feel like it's interesting because I feel like this is feminine that looks towards like other elevation energy, right? It's like the energy trying to raise the roof on things rather, right? Rather than working through experiences or circumstances by which they themselves have experienced trauma with another person that literally sees them doing everything and instead of giving them tools reminds them that they have forgotten things. So there's something really important about that because it's feminine carrying into the shape or nature of identifying and working through that, right? It's a lot of that, it's a lot of that force, it's a lot of that energetic support. However, at the same time that a lot of that is occurring, we see that there may be a lot of trauma or experiences or healing that is being released as it relates to circumstances or situations by which feminine used to overly blame themselves, but now they're potentially seeing trauma traps, right? And so that's a lot of potential clearing that's happening, but there may be a lot of emotions that are coming up. Speaking about traps, this brings us to the non-binary energy. And non-binary energy yesterday was really interesting because um, when it comes to the unconscious, we had it's we had two cards in the first pillar, okay, and we had one card again a King of Pentacles, the only like we had King of Pentacles in its reversal. um nothing nothing in the unconscious in the third pillar, and that's really important because that actually articulates doing shadow work effectively. And what happens, right? What happens when one is doing one shadow work effectively? One is moving in deep authenticity of the self, right? It's the ability to embrace. It's having arms that are wide enough to hold the capacity of the self. And what's often like wild about that is this is a lot of the energy that's recognizing, right? The frustration point in potentially doing nothing beyond trying to love the self and not and loving oneself in like a healthy way will heal everything. Because when you get in the business of loving yourself, the craziest thing will happen. You'll see people with hard feelings. You'll see people who are holding hard feelings for you being on that journey, right? And that often speaks more about the quality and condition that they feel about themselves than it has anything to do with the way that you feel that they feel about you. Because right, that's what happens. Like, that's what's so painful when you recognize that that's occurring. When you're doing nothing, when you're doing nothing but harmlessly living in one's bliss state, doing the best that one can in the happiest way possible. When that brings things out in others, right? It's painful to see because you understand that that's a quality and condition that speaks more about the individual that's feeling that way than has anything to do with the self, but it still hurts. And what we saw was coming through heavily yesterday for non-binary energy is observing the misery machine, right? And what is observing the misery machine? Misery machines are societies that continually try to put in the quality and condition of people pleasing, right? Trying to articulate that one's only priority is to be liked by everyone without ever taking any consideration as to what they like, right? Just working into the condition of saying the only thing you should ever achieve is being liked, which is impossible, right? It's an impossible manifestation goal. And then creating a trauma environment. And what is the quality of a trauma environment, right? What is the song you will hear in a trauma environment? Seems like nothing I can do is enough, right? Someone who does not necessarily define what it is they actually want. They just want more of the self. So there is the misery machine, because it's a self-perpetuating engine that leads to exhaustion, because there you are giving and giving and giving, right, with the desire to please, recognizing that there's no pleasure to be found in trauma environments because everyone is in a state of misery. So there's a bunch of energy, right? The only thing it generates is more misery. So I feel like it's interesting because I feel like for a lot of the non-binary energy, being able to identify situations and circumstances of that nature, right? Like it's a conversation that says that when you observe that, right, then one does not like one like it doesn't create the space by which you're trying to energetically antagonize another, but it does make one very invested in understanding when you see someone that has some kind of illogical or irrational feeling about the self, right? Because it's that a feeling, that identification point of wanting to move closer to it, to understand, that helps another energetically see it more. And that's why we see that for a lot of the energy doing that work, having those conversations, potentially facilitating upon experiences by which they've had to navigate another person's unreasonable volatility in seeing them in a state of joy, right? I feel like there's something about sharing those experiences that is helping to heal, but at the same time, having to navigate a lot of energy, like this type of energy, like a lot of triggers. Potentially someone like who's so triggered that they throw a compliment, they throw an insult at you and you catch a compliment, right? Like someone being like, "Why do you have to be like you're so authentic?" and being like, "I know. Like, why do you have to be happy all the time?" Because I'm full in a state of joy, right? It's it's a lot of that. It's like it feels absurd because you see it's like somebody who insults you, but you see what they're working through in the context of what they're trying to throw at you. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about our next tarot class, which is happening on Thursday, June 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the court cards not the court cards. We already did all the court cards. We're doing the ace cards. We'll be studying the symbols of those cards, the history. I'm going to work you guys through spread applications, so how you can read those cards in any direction that they may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be presenting you guys a unique spread that'll help you utilize the messages of the ace cards in your own readings. And all you need to do if you'd like to become part of that tarot class program is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions they may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning the next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. And I also want to let you guys know that even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule and my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this full moon in Sagittarius that we navigate. I'll be releasing one shortly on the new moon in Gemini we've got coming up. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and path work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or biweekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 30 minutes, again, reading weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount, as well as my dream interpretation class readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. Now, if you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. But let me know in the comments how this energy is impacting you personally, because it is going to impact everyone just a little bit differently. That said, I am going to go ahead and read over the list. We've got 2 spots. I'm going to go ahead and read over the comments. I will stress, if you want to get on the list today, I only have 2 more spots available today before the list will be closed. Anybody else who gets on the list after that time will be added to the list that we will have on Monday. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. We read for here life path, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic, dream interpretation, past life, mediumship, love reading, pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, Akashic, mind, body, spirit, love, aura, and spirit and sign and symbol decoding. If you have information that you feel is necessary or relevant for the purposes of our read, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. You can also post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. How are you doing today, Autumn? So good to see you. Welcome. And good to see you. We are going to be doing tarot astrology here with time, as long as we have time that allows us to. Shub, if you'd like to get on the list is open. I've got 2 more spots available today for those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also get on our list via my tree that is Binks in it in my Lio. And as well, if you become a paid member, you are entitled to the amount that I've named for subscribers, as well as the opportunity of receiving a free card each day. Oh, thank you, Jose. I appreciate that. Do you not understand the quality and condition of what we mean in terms of describing masculine and feminine? These are energetic signatures that we're speaking upon here. I also want to point out, you're making the accusation of, we've done nothing here but give a recap on what we've been seeing energetically. What is your definition? Right? You're making the definition of describing another witch here. So I'd be very curious as to what you define, because it's very interesting the words that we throw around. What do you define? What do you see here that you qualify as which? I'd be very curious to understand that. And Jor, the only energy I need to point out, what you're projecting is what you're potentially directing to yourself. There's nothing here that is going by the nature of invitation. Also, the fact that you're making assumptions based upon what you experience here. I want you to understand that there's nothing about this space that isn't from perfect love and perfect trust. However, I will point out that there's something very important to notate about trying to create a fear based mindset. So, the space by which you're trying to create fear by trying to articulate the fact that I should be scared is the fact that you are actually inviting negative energy into the space. Now, for those who are in the chat space over on the place where we keep the videos, I have very simple rules. You can find those rules over on the place on the clock app. You have to be kind, both to those who are in the chat space and myself included. I will point out the same exact rules that Yahshua had when they were giving their messages. If you're not able to maintain a space of perfect loving compassion in the chat space, I am afraid I am going to have to mute you. And I want you to understand the reason I'm doing that is because the only thing that is here that is creating the fear-based mentality in this experience is you. And if you are moving through trying to effectively scare others by enforcing the fact that they need to believe in something or else they're in danger, then you are effectively acting as false prophet. And I'm afraid I just don't allow false prophets in my chat space. Thank you, and I appreciate you understanding and respecting the chat. And I hope you find the healing that you seek. Absolutely. Excellent. And again, Jor, I'm very aware of that prayer. And again, pointing out that prayer and invoking something here, it's very clear that you carry a lot of fear in your heart. So I hope that you go back and read that book and understand that your ability to try to cast judgment on others is you moving in the guise of the false prophet. So I hope that you spend potentially the rest of your day trying to create love instead of judgment and hate to be able to move more in alignment with the book that you're referring to. Thank you. Absolutely. Good to see you today, Autumn. How are you doing? Mageba, welcome. Stella, I will confirm. Thank you for confirming you got on the list. I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. And thank you so much, Adam. Good to see you, dear. Thank you for those heart me's. I appreciate you. Please, anybody who is joining us, anyone who is joining us, um, that would like to have over on the clock app, who would like an animal oracle card on top of your one card, I would encourage you, please, to make sure that you are recharging your heart me's. Excellent. And thank you as well, Grand Rising, Nicole. Good to see you today. And Ella, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi, Ryan. Good to see you. Thank you for confirming. Obvious, we do a free collective each day, time permitting. And then we also do personal readings that are donation based. So even if you can't afford, feel free to stay, because the reason we articulate them as donations is often the reading that's donated here, another person will also need to receive. The guides like to work collectively in that way. I got you, Ryan. Sending you support on that journey, dear. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing the live, Sophia. Oh, that's just a meme I relate to. Oh, I don't know that meme. You should get on our disco channel. You can share the meme there. And thank you so much, Seek, for the follow. You're so welcome. So if you'd like a card reading, Seek, all you need to do is send a donation. I've got one more spot available today. It's 3 cards for $29 for non-subscribers. And thank you for the follow, Sarah. Thank you for becoming the 95th fan in my fan club. And thank you for helping us today. Heather, Grand Rising, dear Rima, thank you for the follow. Brittany, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Hi there, Mr. Green. Those are some wild gifts together. Guys, just a reminder, please don't private message people promising you like ridiculous sums of money. I hope you understand that that's probably not what's happening there. I do my best, Anne. Good to see you today. So I will point out the way that we work here is anybody who's on the list before we get started on the Daily Collective has priority. So we actually have, we've had a very full list today. So we have 9 readings that we'll be doing prior to the daily collective starting. So we're going to get started on those. And so as long as we have time permitting, once we complete those reads, we will be moving into the daily collective today. First person that we are reading for today is going to be Ella. Ella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Now, if there's anybody else who would like to get on the list today, we only have one more spot available today. Anybody else who gets on the list will be read for on Monday because I will be offline tomorrow. Just want to set healthy expectations. Hi there, Ella. How are you doing today? Good to see you. And before we get started on Ella's reading, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to pull a card and we're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. I've already got one of your cards out, Ella, so we're going to keep that there. I've got it here. All right, I'm going to count back from 10. Go ahead and put your insights in and I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. We'll be doing that again after the next reading. And I got to tell you, Ella, I can tell the fact that we're going into your Akashic because a lot of the comments I was getting over on the place where we keep the videos, like I think we've started to notice this. I'm getting a lot of black mirror messages that are coming through over on the place where we keep the videos. It's actually one of the reasons I'm not shutting down some of the negative energy that I keep on receiving there because it's actually giving me insight in terms of what what one is navigating or dealing with. So there's something really important about that I want to keep in mind. Absolutely. Just bear with me a moment and we're going to continue. Excellent. Oh, you noticed it too. Excellent. Hi there, Chosen. How are you doing today? Excellent. All right, let's get to it. Can I please get 2 more cards, please? 2 more cards, please, for Ella. Wow. Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. So, you know, the first thing I'm getting, and I want to point this out, you know, the Akashic is really interesting because sometimes, like, there's something important in the Akashic about being able to go back to things when you feel like you're ready to receive them, right? Like, that's why the words ready to receive are often so big. Because like it's a little bit that I love the fact, like, and I always love this because like the thing about it is like when like there's certain things that often happen in the Akashic where you'll be like you'll like someone will show up to the Akashic and be like I'm here I'm here for the truth, please. And someone will just like and there you'll see someone in the Akashic just being like, oh wait, yes, okay, can I have your name, please? All right. Yes, 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 of course. Yes, yes, you're here. Yes, yes, you're here for the truth. No, I'm sorry. No, no. Yeah, no, you can't. And they'll say it respect. They'll go, you can't handle the truth right now. You can't handle. Like they don't yell it. They don't yell it, right? Because it's a library. You gotta be quiet. You gotta be quiet. You gotta. It's like, shh. No, no, I'm sorry. And they'll say it like very kindly, right? They'll be like, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. That truth is not available to you at this time. Right. But like, and here's the thing about it. And there's a reason for that. Right. Because you have to understand, right? The condition by which the space by which we receive information is the difference between something that's honest, like that can knock us over, right? Versus something that we're energetically ready to hold, right? It's like it's incoming, right? And so it's like, and I want you to understand that, because I think that one of the things I'm seeing right now is, um you know, I feel like you're reaching a point now where there's a lot, like it's like information incoming, right? Information incoming. And the thing about it is that's your information. You know what I mean? Like, and it's interesting because I keep on getting like that's your information, because I think that it has to do with the fact that I see the fact that you've been very invested in working with a guide, you know? And I like to point this out. And you've probably recognized this, because you'll often see somebody who's like, where's my guide? I need them to tell me what to do. That person is not ready for a guide. Okay. Never was that person less ready for a guide, because guides are not parents, right? Guides are not parents. They don't dictate. They help equip, is what I keep on seeing. And so I think there's something really important about that, because I feel like the reason that that's coming to you is because I feel like you're having to be a very tough guide for someone right now. And what does it mean, right? What does it mean when we're working through having to be a tough guide, right? A tough guide, right? A tough guide is a good guide, because a tough guide does not try to sugarcoat something, right? A good guide does not try to sugarcoat something. They try to articulate it in a way by which another person can understand, right? Why something is energetically important. And I feel like there's something very I feel like there's something very significant there. And I feel like a lot of it has to do with why you are so in I don't know where I need to point this out. I don't know where this is coming from, but it's saying to me why you're so invested in protecting another person's journey, right? I don't know who would ever say that to you, right? Why are you so invested in protecting another person's journey? Is what I keep on getting, right? Never, that's what cruel energy says, right? Like that, like never will you see, right? Never will you see cruel energy more clearly, is what I keep on getting, than when somebody says, why are you so investing in protecting another person's journey that has nothing to do with you? Because that's what it means to be compassionate, right? And I feel like the way that they're telling on themselves is going, that has nothing to do with you, right? Because, and this is what I keep on seeing, it has everything to do with you. Because not only do I feel like that's where your compassion lives, but I also see the situation or circumstance by which it has a lot to do with a past life, by which another, like a bunch of energy, I keep on saying, a past life experience that you effectively had to navigate something because others were afraid to protect you for fear that they would be associated to the energetic accusation, is what I keep on getting, right? The fear of association to an accusation is what I keep on seeing. And so I think that that's really energetically important, because I feel like that is why, right? Like that's literally why you may feel so deeply connected to others' struggles, right? because the deep connect, and this is what you might realize, there is nothing more blessed. There is nothing more blessed than being deeply connected to another's struggles that have nothing to do with us, because that means that one is the perfect shield, right? Then that means you are the perfect. You are the perfect shield, because you say to another person, I wield this, right? What is the perfect shield? If somebody says, I wield this for no other reason than because I know it is right to wield it, right? I wield this for no other reason than I know that it is right to wield it. And that is why I keep on seeing it is a blessed state, because it doesn't articulate upon, it's not something that you're doing because it becomes, and I feel like this is what you have to remember. It's not less, it's not you. That's not you putting on airs. That's you putting on armor, right? That's not you putting on airs. That's you putting on armor. And the thing about it, and I think you have to recognize this, is unhealthy energy will see you donning armor and they'll try to accuse you of putting on airs, right? Unhealthy energy will see you donning armor, and they will try to make you feel like you're putting on airs, right? They'll try to mock you. They'll try to poke fun. Remember, when you see that, that's the energy that doesn't realize how far gone they are. And I got to tell you right now, I don't know what I'm seeing. I've got two energies around you that are in double indemnity on something. Two energies that literally came to rectify something. And they're very close to repeating the same karmic lesson. Thank you, bottom of the deck. Temperance in its reversal, right? And here's the thing about it. Like, this is like I just keep on getting the same message. And here's the thing. It's their double indemnity. It's not yours. I know, and I want you to understand. I know you're carrying. I know that you feel like, I know that you're carrying a lot of guilt around it, but it's not your guilt to carry. It's not your guilt to carry. If they're coming here and you've done everything to impress a lesson on someone, right? You can do everything you can to impress a lesson on someone. Whether they choose to absorb it or not, like the guides are saying, that's their responsibility. It's not yours. So just continue, right? Like continue to like navigate that, but also with a sense of clear boundaries. Thank you so much for having, you've got a new book too. And I got to point out, it's wild because I still can't find your other book. But I have to stress, I think the fact that I can't find your book it's energetically necessary right now, because and I feel like it has to do with the fact that the book changed color, which is saying like your compassion, right? Your compassion turns into passion when you say to another person, I've done everything I can. I've done everything I've done everything I can to teach you compassion, right? It says to me like that's what I like, that like that's like that like that's like that that's what that is what like that's what we talk about with holding the passion, right? Saying like all we can do is try to share it, but the passion that we feel in terms of saying like that is not your, like their another's failure to not carry the passion the same way that you do. It's not your failure, it's theirs. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ellen. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. Hold on. Got a guide coming through. What? Okay. All right, I'll look for that. Hold on. I got it. Sorry, I got some homework on that. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open, but I only have one more spot on the list before the list will be closed. Anyone else who gets on the list after that spot is secure will be put on the list for Monday. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for you across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. You're so welcome, Ella. I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that reading. Grand Rising Creative, good to see you today. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that you're doing well today, Chosen. The live glitch, did anyone else experience the glitch? You noticed it too. How you doing today, Coca? Hi there, Erin. Erin, I need to point out, you're setting the template on what you can expect for the rest of your day. The energy that you give forth at the beginning of the day is often what you find when you arrive at the end. So I just want to say that to say to you, maybe a different choice in relationality to what you're choosing to bring forth today, particularly and especially in the space by which, you know, it's not something that you've only got one life. Is that really what you want your legacy to be? Sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Coca. How you doing today? Excellent. And thank you for those Heart Me's Creative. Grand Rising Creative. Good to see you today. You could feel it from that as well. Yeah, you could too. Yeah, the accusations, like right before I even started reading for you, the wild accusations were flying. Yeah. It's a library, exactly. Thank you, Chosen, for the follow. You get blips or clues when coming out of meditation dreams. Yeah, so like I feel like, you know, write them down right now. Right. And I feel like they say, like, it says to me, like, allowing for the space by which they'll make sense, giving yourself some time to unpack them. Yeah, seems like references to the same lifeline as last reading. And I feel like here's the thing about it, right? I need to point out if you're receiving them, if you're receiving them, they're giving you context as to what's going on to help you understand that some of this is not like, you have to let go of some of the feeling that like you saying, like, what did you do wrong? Like, I feel like it's the guides being like, this isn't about what you've done wrong, it's what you came here to try to heal, right? I'm not sure what I don't know what you need to be clear in terms of what you're stating, Angela. I don't know what that means. Yeah, they won't let go. I'm sending you support on that journey, Ella. Which word are you asking about, Chosen? Oh, thank you, Chosen. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. I thought about that color too. Okay, thank you for confirming. This reading really answers whether they're going to hear this lifeline. I mean, like, I'm getting here to a certain extent. Like, the guides are always clear. All hope is not lost, but there is a limit. Like, it's like all hope is not lost, but it's okay for you to be at your limit on something, right? Which is saying, like, I've done everything I can in this situation or circumstance, right? Hi there, Annie. How you doing today? Absolutely. And thank you for those gifts, dear. No glitch here. It started with a, I was while you were reading the reading. It started with an A. Oh, what was the word I said? Akashic? Was that the one you were talking about? Okay. All right, let's continue right now. The next person, right? And I need to point out, Ella, the reason they're giving you that information is to give you the details on the fact that this has been a long running issue, you know? Oh, I'm glad to hear you got some rest, Annie. Wonderful. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Yaz. Yaz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Oh, indemnity. Yeah, indemnity. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Hi there, Yaz. How are you doing today? And before we continue with Yaz's reading, we're going to warm up. Yeah, so indemnity, how do I explain indemnity? Um, there's there is there is the space by which one does something and the space by which one does it again. So we were talking about the double indemnity of working through a lesson is the space by which you identify that the first time that something occurs is a mistake, right? And there's a lesson attached to a mistake. But the time by which one is repeating an energetic cycle is often the space by which one recognizes or understands the quality and condition by which something isn't changing. So what we're effectively identifying in that read was that something that is being experienced right now, the person who's having the experience recognizes they're getting input about the fact that this isn't the first time they've had this issue with that energy, right? So it's this is what we often talk about in relationality to a karmic wound because we come here to heal. And when we're not working through our lessons, it can often feel like we're cycling through the same circumstance or situation. I hope that helps, Chosen. How you doing? It's my no, you're fine. You just missed the first reading. All right, the next person we're reading for today is Yaz. Yaz. Second call for Yaz right now. Yep, you're so welcome, Ella. Second call for Yaz. If Yaz isn't here, the next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, friends, I only have room on the list today for one more individual before the list will be closed. Yaz is here. Oh, I see you, Yaz. Welcome. Perfect. Send on the disco. I got you, dear. Yeah, that's been me before. I don't want to be that anymore. Yes, that was perfect. You're so welcome, dear. Absolutely. How you doing today, Cosmic? Oh, it's been a minute. No, I see that. I see your comments now. I think that there was a little, we'll get to it. There was a little bit of a lag there on my side, but it's all right. I've clocked it. Bum. Just bear with me a moment. I'm pulling it up now. Is this inside tea or outside tea? Yep. Oh, I'm doing well, dear. Well, Sam, if you're in class, you should focus on class. Okay. I might have to veto your reading. If you're in class right now, make sure that you're focusing on the class that you're in. I'm here daily. Okay? Well, unfortunately, so here's the thing, Sam. The if you get on the list right now, you're gonna be the 10th person read for. So I'm not gonna get you. I'm not gonna get you during the break. But here's the thing about it: if you want to get on the list, you don't lose your reading here. Like the reading is held. So if you want to get on the list to hold the spot, like you can hold the list, and then if you can't have the reading today, you just come back any day of the week. Just tell me the date. Just remember the date that you got on the list, and then you can be added to it. And the only thing, did you send a donation? Because that's how we have our readings. Okay, you sent for a private. You can book. You have to book a private reading on my site. So if you want a private reading, just go to my site and book the reading, and I'll send you the invite. Okay. And make sure you send the don't make sure that you send the payment for the reading. It's a two-step process because if you don't send the payment when you book the reading is not secured until I receive the payment. Okay, I got you, Stella. I'll read the list. Yep, no problem, Sam. Again, I hope you have a good class today. Okay. All right, let's the list I have right now for those who are on the list. We've got Yaz, Nicole, Hannah, Ava, Bridget, It's My, and Stella. And then Tate. Tate, you're going to be the first person that we read for. Time depending on, I don't know. We're going to see if we have time to do a daily collective today. So Tate, if we do the daily collective, you'll be the first person we read for after we do the daily collective. And we've got one more spot on the list before the list is closed. I know Tate got on the list. Like, yay! It's like a comment coming in. All right. How are you doing today? Oh, that's very kind of you, Coca. Interestingly enough, here's the thing, Coca. In my collective, love and relationships are not actually necessarily the most requested reading. We do a lot of different types of readings here. So it's not the fact that love and relationships often come up, but I think that if you stick around, you'd be surprised to see that a majority of the readings we do a lot of dream interpretations here, a lot of life path readings, a lot of Akashic, and a lot of signal or symbol decoding, if that makes sense, because everything's interconnected. So, no, yeah. Oh my. Guys, just a reminder, anyone who's like promising you like unfathomable money in private messages probably does not have the best interest at heart. Okay. All right, let's continue right now. Oh, thank you. Bye. How you doing today? Great username. All right, let's get started. How you doing today, Mia? All right. Um, Yaz, I'm sorry. Did you say this was inside tea or outside tea? I'm just double checking. And Milagros, thank you for the follow. Mm-hmm. Let's stay in school. Exactly. I got focus. I'm not going to be. You can't tell. It's the same as driving. You tell me you're in class or operating a vehicle. I'm not giving you a reading right now. Absolutely. One moment, please. I see. Yes. I just trying to get confirmed if this is inside tea or outside tea. It's okay. I know. I need to. I listen. Did you send me a private message here? Because this is like this app is the worst place to send me private messages. I get a lot of messages here. So if you email me, that's the best place to schedule readings. Or if you just go ahead and schedule the reading on my site, I'll definitely get back to you immediately. Okay, inside too. Inside tea. Excellent. All right. Just I need a moment to read over Yaz's message. While I do so, let's have a bit of a hearth warmer. What was the last miracle you experienced? I had one today. Oh man. Okay, let's see here. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Yaz, you're like, tis the season, man. What's going on here? Hold on. I'm just going to get your book out now because I already know I need it. Okay. Yeah. Hmm. Huh. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Gotcha. Mm-hmm. Yep. Is your Neptune in Virgo? All right. All right. Let's get to it. All right. And before we continue with this read, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when I get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 1, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nikki's not here. So what else could it possibly be? Every time works every time. All right. And I'm gonna pin up. Where did Yaz go? Hi, Alexander. How you doing today? Yeah. Mm-hmm. I was close. Mm-hmm. And another, please. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think that you're getting a lot of clarity as to why that might have been happening. Um, and I think it has to do in relationality to where your guide lives. Um, it says to me, like, the one thing I'm getting is, like, I'm getting a message about the fact that you've been looking for your guide for a long time. And your guide, I feel like your guide's been trying to show you with a lot of clarity, um, the fact that they're energetically, like you have to move through shadow work in order to energetically find them. And I need to return you back. I need to return you back to the dream that you had, right? Because I feel like the guide that you already got the answer. You already got the answer to you already got the answer to this reading, because the dream that you had, right? I have to, like, I just need to, in order to go forwards, we have to go backwards. So in a previous reading, um, in a previous reading, you identified that, in a previous reading, you identified the fact that you were reading a book that you didn't understand the language of. And then what happened when you were reading the book that you didn't understand the language of? You found a protective presence there that spoke to you as you were drifting off to sleep and said something sweet. And then you said that they kissed you on the forehead and that your crown chakra, like on your, like trying to open your eyes, and they kissed you about 6 times, right? So, the observation of them potentially, um, working you into the space of recognizing and identifying that, you also had that dream, and you said it was very intense and you felt like crying. And you said you also had a dream where everybody was energetically leaving a cemetery, right? Everybody was leaving a cemetery with a casket, and you were moving into the cemetery and finding a child there, right? Finding a child that, and feeling the need to energetically protect that child. So this is also the conversation that we talked about, the fact that that is you working through healing your own spiritual journey, while also recognizing and identifying that the way that you often go about things feels antithetical to the way others necessarily work, right? The observation of potentially working towards a spirituality that allows you to embody joy, rather than feeling like a spirituality that feels like it puts you in a state of perpetual grieving. So, what do we see that's identified there? we understand now the quality and condition by which there's another layer. Remember, and I think I said this to you. I said a reading like this, okay? Do you remember when you left that space, I told you the guide had to had like you said that when you left the space of being with the guide, you were wearing a towel. And I told you that the towel was actually the guide. But also there's an additional message there that we see connected to the towel, because it says that you have to effectively peel back the layers of meaning to reveal the truth of a circumstance or situation. So I feel like I'm seeing a circumstance or situation here by which, right, the energetic guide, right, the energetic guide that protects you is potentially, right, it says to me that they're effectively, they're surrounded they're surrounded by a lot of intense energy, right? Like it almost says to me your guide's got like your guide has some like heavy thick energy on the exterior that does not match what's on the interior, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like it's giving me like a lot of that, it's giving me a lot of that intimidating aura, if you will, right? And so, and this is why I said that dream that you had, right? Remember when I said that dream that you had was very important, because it says to me that it was a breakthrough point by which you finally connected to that guide, because you have to understand, right? Um, the only way out is through, to a certain extent. Okay. And I want to just point this out. Hold on a minute. Um, the space by which, right, the space by which, and this is why the dreams feel like they're very important. The dream feels like it's very important here, because the space by which you identified that one dream that you had, right? Did it happen? Did the same thing happen? Did the same thing happen when you had that dream? Because what you've basically been doing, like what you've been doing the whole time, is what I keep on seeing, is trying, right? Right? You're trying to open your third eye. Like you're trying to open your third eye, which is also connecting you to the guide. And you see like all of the energy around it. The space by which you somehow managed to transform. I keep wondering the space by which you transformed the faces into words, right? Like that was you finally coming into the space by which you took, like you were able to take some of that energy and move it into a place by which it wasn't, I keep on hearing, by which it didn't feel like it was attacking you, but in the space by which I keep on hearing you navigated through it, and you're like, I don't really understand what this is doing here, right? You started looking at it as unnecessary and energetically confusing, because instead of trying to fight it, you were trying to contextualize it. And in the space by which you recontextualized it, boom, you found the guide, right? Like that was it. So I want you to think about that. Okay. So I want you to think about that the next time, bottom of the deck, the next time you have this dream. Okay. The next time you have this dream, right? And you see a lot of that intensity, it's encryption, right? It's cryptic energy around a guide. So your ability to say this doesn't really make sense, and your ability to recontextualize it, not to the space by which it feels like it's coming towards you, like in like that, but being like, this is what I'm seeing is words on a page. See if that changes it. Okay. That'll be your confirmation, because everything I keep on seeing right now is you. Like, this has been a lot of work that you've been doing to try to clear, like try to find a clear channel to energetically connect with them. And that dream is really important because I feel like that dream was potentially the first time that you did it successfully, which is why we had, remember when I said you weren't even here and I said massive download coming for Yaz. I feel like, if I'm correct, that was the morning after you had that dream, correct? So let that serve as further confirmation. Okay, thank you. Yep. Yeah, this is like, yeah, like that's why they were like good, good, good. That's why they were kissing. That's why the guy was kissing your lips. Like, you did it. You did it. Good job. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Yaz. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list today, I've got one more spot today before the list will be closed. 3 cards, 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. That's such an interesting choice of word. Wait. All right. And just reading over the comments that came through as I was reading. How are you doing today, Ashish? And King, thank you for the follow. Neptune in Aquarius. Okay, that was, like I said, I was close. I was close. I was close. All right. Yeah, you were sensing it too, right, Bridget? Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's wild though. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And thank you, King, for the follow. Your guy's been trying to reach you about your exactly. Exactly. It's so true. Well done, Bridget. Yeah, I didn't know we had to go. I mean, here's the thing about it, and we need to get into it because I have a feeling, if I'm reading into this correctly, I have a feeling your counterpart shares a guide with you. I have a very strong feeling your counterpart shares a guide with you, which is why there's a bit of a connection point there, especially if you've been doing that without intending to. You don't have to. I need to point this out. You don't necessarily need to go looking for your guides. Some guides, some guides, you do. I, I know sounds it. I know it sounds complicated. Okay. It depends on the guide. Some guides, you couldn't avoid them if you tried, right? Some guides, you could literally go running in the other direction. They'd be like, "Where are you? What are you doing?" Some guides, you gotta go like like that. And then I feel like there's like, again, there's something about this guide that there's something that's important to pay attention to there. Yeah. I don't believe you have to go looking for them, but you do. Yeah, it says to me like it depends on the quality and the nature of the guide. Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I think we know which guide you're talking about. Well, again, I feel like that guide is going to, like, they're going to bring themselves fully forward to you when the time's right. You know? Yeah. And Julia, thank you for reposting. What do you Here's the thing about it. Time is the guides, it depends on the guide as it relates to time too, Stephen. Right? Because different guides have different relationship to time. That makes a lot of sense. Exactly. Hold on. I don't understand what you did correctly. You recontextualized it. which is the fact by which you weren't afraid of it. You were confounded by it. Okay. I feel like that's important to write down. I'm not afraid of it. I'm confounded by it. Yeah. All right. I think that'll help. Thank you so much, dear. Yeah. Like washing away, you know, like that, like they're like you've been trying to do a lot of things. This is saying to me that that was the successful thing you did. It's the same thing. It's just in a different way. Yeah. As a superficial layer to get the guide. Yes. To get to the guide basically. And that's why I keep, yep, exactly. Mm-hmm. Yep. Judy, I'm happy to read for you. I've got one more spot on the list today before the list will be closed. Yes, I'm hearing confirmation. I do share that guide with counterpart. Makes sense. Okay, thank you for confirming. Because that's why, like, yeah, that's that feeling of love that you're associating. You're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. I'm sure we'll be getting more, and like that, we're gonna keep that. We have to keep that dream. Um, like that dream is really important. I'm sure we're going to be returning back to it again and again and again. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Nicole. Nicole, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, as I mentioned, I only have one more spot available today before the list will be closed. Okay. Okay, a minute, please. Excellent. How you doing today? All right, let's continue right now. Yeah, it felt very important in the moment to I want to point out, okay, I want to point out you tried to write moment and instead you wrote moment, which I need to put it now. I got okay. Yeah, we're holding on to that one as well. Okay. Yeah, in the moment too. Looking forward to sharing some of others of the other dreams. Absolutely. That night as well. Please do. Absolutely. All right, let's get to it. The next person we are reading for today is Nicole. Second call for Nicole. Second call for Nicole. We're gonna have to do some diving on there. The next thing we're reading for right now, Nicole. If Nicole's not here, the next person on the list today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Ashish, these are donation based reads. So if you'd like to get on the list, I have one spot open today before the list will be closed. You'll be read for once we complete the daily collective. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for those who are paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. And if you are also a paid member on the place where we keep the videos, you're also entitled to a free 1 card reading each day. Okay. To get on the list, Lizzie, all you do is send the donation payment and you'll be added to the list. All right, second call right now. Second call right now for Hannah or Nicole. Second call right now for Hannah and Nicole. If Hannah or Nicole are not here, the next person on the list for today is Ava. Ava, if I know it's been a minute, how are you, dear? Um, Ava, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call right now for Hannah. Second call right now for Nicole. Second call right now for Ava. All right, if Hannah or Nicole or Ava, oh, I know you're here, Bridget. Oh, Nicole's here. Excellent. Nicole's back. Excellent. All right, perfect. Well, Nicole, if you could let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And while we wait for Nicole's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. We'll do that again after the next reading. It's like that. Somebody's in trouble. Somebody's in trouble. Oh boy. I don't think it's you at all. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Mm-hmm. One more, please. Mm-hmm. Good Lord. Yeah, you know what? So it's oh no. Somebody didn't think something through clearly. I just keep on hearing, like I just keep on hearing the same message in relationality to something, which is like it says to me that somebody was working so fastidiously in getting out of something that they relinquished responsibility for everything. I just keep on hearing the same message. If someone prioritizes relinquishing ability, then they can't be responsible, is all I keep on hearing. It's just the same message coming through over and over again from your guide, and the guide feels like it's an ancestral. It's an ancestral that just keeps on articulating that they want to point out that if someone prioritizes that they don't they if there's someone prioritizes they don't have the ability, then they don't have the ability. They just keep on saying, if you don't have the ability, you don't have the ability. If you don't have the ability, then you can't have responsibility. They just keep on saying, if you don't have ability, then you can't have responsibility. Like it's like the like it's interesting. I've got like a guide that's like writing that over and over again on the wall. Like they're just writing it over and over again on the wall, because they're saying, if you don't have the ability, then you can't have the responsibility. If you don't have the ability, you can't have the responsibility. If you don't have the ability, you can't have the responsibility. And they're just articulating that over and over and over and over again upon something. It says to me, somebody is prioritizing. It's like somebody's priorities, like someone identifying their priorities that has potentially energetically shown someone, like it says to me, like I just keep on hearing, right? Like it says to me, like someone doesn't realize the full extent of what they're saying, is what I keep on seeing. Like someone does not realize the full extent of what they're saying. Someone doesn't realize the full extent of what they're saying. And that I keep on hearing, you can't say anything. You can't say anything to get out of a responsibility, because the thing about saying things is there are repercussions, is what I keep on getting. So I just keep on seeing a situation or circumstance by which, like, another person, like, and I can see them, like I feel like I see somebody who's like working through something in a way, you know. And it's interesting because it feels to me like that word, I think we talked about this the other day, um like it feels like somebody who feels like confident that they're making themselves bulletproof, right? Like it feels like somebody who's like confident that they're making themselves bulletproof, but instead they're revealing an Achilles heel. Like they're just revealing an Achilles heel. They're articulating upon something in such a way that they like it's like I just keep on like and I feel like the space by which that is occurring, that's what I mean, in relationality to being able to articulate to another the full extent of what they're saying, right? And I keep on hearing, if you don't have food, you can't eat, you can't feed. If you don't have food, you can't feed. Which says that the space by which we energetically, the space by which we're able to energetically provide for others is articulated by our own ability to navigate the care of our own person. And so I feel like they're articulating that as long as you're doing that, right? As long as you're doing that work, right? As long as you are doing that work effectively, right? To continue to effectively nourish yourself, to continue to effectively identify or articulate the state or place by which you are effectively building into. And I keep on getting, not just building into, but laying that strong foundation. I keep on hearing like the energy that you're effectively like, it's interesting too, because your guide saying, be that rock, right? And when I keep on hearing be that rock, and here's the thing about it, rocks don't get rocked, right? Rocks don't get rocked. Rocks don't get rocked. And not only do rocks don't get rocked, but it's a space by which you say to, like it says to me, like it's saying like the space by which another person is trying to, like, I almost feel like you having to say to someone kindly, like I have a lot of emotion, like I have a lot of emotion that you're energetically going through that, but I need to focus on being that rock, because remembering then that's you, right? That's you. Kind of like I keep on hearing stepping in, right? Stepping in to identify, like you being able to articulate and say, like, I'm like, I see you saying to somebody, like, in a way, like it says, like embodying some kind of atlas energy and saying, like, You know, I send sympathy to you, and I hope that you navigate through that, and I'll take care of things from here, right? Like I'll take care of things from here, is you identifying and saying that you, like, you are in the space by which you don't necessarily need, like you're saying, like, I, like your ability to identify that your space of being energetically supportive is one that means that you take on, like, if you're identifying that's you taking on the lion's share of responsibility, right? And that's the thing about it. Like, I feel like that's all a rock needs to do. Bottom of the deck, right? Like, all a rock needs to say is, I eagerly await the opportunity to take on the lion's share of the responsibility, is what I keep on hearing. I feel like I'm going to put these words down for you. I eagerly, like, I just keep on hearing you say, I eagerly look forward to the opportunity of helping another person by taking on the lion's share of responsibility. So make sure you remember that's how you can help, right? Make sure that you understand that that's how you can help by you saying, like, you know, you navigate what you need to. I will take on the lion's share of responsibility as you effectively work through whatever you need to do, right? And that is you, like, that is you coming into, like, that is you coming into your full rock energy, right? So thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nicole. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, the list is open. I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And I need to point out, if you want a little bit of the energy, if you want a little bit of the insight in terms of the energy that I see that you're working through, there's a perfect example of it appearing right now over on the place where we keep the videos. I hope that helps, dear. And I'm leaving that information there for you for a moment to help you kind of, if you wanted to perceive, like, a little bit of that, like, negative energy that you're having to work through. And Norm, thank you for those roses. I appreciate you. How you doing, Ava? Good to see you today. Excellent. Yeah, it was a, yep. I think I know what you're referring to. And yeah, I saw that coming today. Absolutely. Thank you as well. It's my, mm-hmm. Hi there, Viking. That's a very intriguing take on it. That's a very intriguing take. I kind of dig that. But I will point out, I mean, I will also argue, tarot can also show you the obstacles, right? I would almost argue, like, in my opinion, I feel like runes show you the energy you need to bring to things, right? Like, it's like, it's a lot of the it's like a lot of it feels like, again, and this is my experience with them, it's very direct in terms of, like, a very fast read on an energetic assessment, right? I know exactly what you're referring to. I'm so glad to hear that. Absolutely. Yeah, I know. Again, and I feel like it will. Like, this is, like, I feel like, again, you've got a guide that's working very much in, like, you've got an ancestral that's with you every step of the way here. And Kimmy, thank you for the follow. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Appellation. Love your username. Yeah, that goes with the Bulla Ram I saw. No, and again, it's in alignment with, like, that energy that we saw, the combination force of the animal spirits that we spoke about. Yep, exactly. Yeah, the Queen of Wands has been coming up for you and your sense a lot lately. And that's you saying, like, that's what you can do. That's how you can, like, that's you helping another by saying, I am ready to take on the lion's share of the burden as you navigate something. Yep. Oh, absolutely. Mm-hmm. Yep. And thank you so much, Nicole. Sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Ava. How you doing today? Hi, so Guli. If you are not able, so one of the things I encourage you to do is if you are not able to donate, then I would encourage you to just stay for these readings because you have to understand we typically do a free reading for the collective each day for those who don't have funds for personal readings. Also, the guides, the reason we articulate that the readings are donations is it's not uncommon for the guides to work in collaboration with each other so that somebody who needs these messages is here to receive it as well. So there's always that possibility too. So don't feel like the ability to have to give me a donation is a barrier in terms of receiving a reading here. Just be open to receive what is again the donations that others are able to provide that allow others to also be able to connect and receive the messages. I hope that helps. Absolutely. Excellent. How you doing today, Benda? Hope you're having a good one. Okay. All right, let's continue right now. Avatar, good to see you. The next person. So I'm just going to call out again for those who are still waiting on. I'm still waiting right now for Hannah. Still looking for Hannah. Oh, I love that. I love that baby dragon. Oh, Hannah, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? Welcome, Rebecca. Thank you for joining us today. And if Hannah's not here, the next person that we're reading for today is going to be Ava. Good to see you, Ava. Question on the Disco Outside Tea. Remember, if you become a paid member over on the place where we keep the videos, or if you become a super fan over on the Clock app, you have access to our subscriber only Disco channel where you can converse with the collective. You'll also find special coupon codes there for our Tarot Church classes. And you can also send me direct messages in relationality to your readings. And I'm just pulling up Ava's now. Ava, where did you post it? Oh, they change when you give them? You can have different ones? That is so cool. I didn't realize that. Oh, I love them. Okay. Where'd you post the question, Ava? Oh, that's really annoying. Okay, let me see if I can figure out why that's happening though. Thank you for letting me know. Is it just on my live that you can't comment? Or is it across the app? Yeah, we can try to fix that. It's just mine. Thank you for letting me know. Let's give me send me your username over on the disco so I can make sure you weren't accidentally blocked or something. That happened once. Alexandra somehow got accidentally blocked and we had to unblock her. So let's make sure that that's not happening. Hi there, Mas. Thank you so much for those gifts. I appreciate you. Excellent. All right. Direct message. Thank you for confirming, dear. I see it. Wait. Yep. I got you. Is this inside? Hold on. Inside tea or outside tea? Uh, we are doing we are doing personal tarot readers right now. Tarot readings right now, Mas. We do a daily collective each day. We always do the individuals on priority first before we move into the daily collective. So we're doing the personal reads for those who got on the list before we start the free collective. Outside. Okay, great. And before we continue with Ava's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Ren. We'll do it again after the next reading. I'm working through a big mindset shift, and I feel super disoriented when it comes to my career path. Most people in my life have a clear vision of their life goals and are working towards milestones, but I am currently questioning everything and have no idea how to proceed. You mentioned in past readings that I give off old soul energy, so I'm not sure why I struggle so much with finding my path if I've done this numerous times before. I would love some clarity on skills and virtues I've worked on across lifetimes, and most importantly, how they influence my purpose in this one. Wonderful question. 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. So I hate to break it to you in terms of this reading, because it does feel like it's coming through one of your guides. What you just described, is actually the biggest problem for old soul energy. It's the biggest problem. It's not unique for old soul energy to struggle as it relates to career, because the thing you have to understand is when you're working through old soul energy, it's much harder to be energetically distracted by things that feel like they aren't necessarily perpetually relevant. The word you have to focus on is old soul energy. Old soul energy has a deep issue when it comes to perpetual relevance. Okay. And perpetual relevance is recognizing the difference, right? Is recognizing the difference between an energetic fad and a theme. Okay. And so you have to understand there's a lot of fad careers. There's a lot of fad careers, which are things that effectively really are not that important in the grand scheme of things, because it's not because they're not important, but they don't have import. And you have to understand that the key word for import is the idea of carrying something over, right? So something that feels like it has import over a time span. So this is actually what you're feeling right now, is actually further confirmation of the fact that you're probably in old soul energy. Because what happens is, like, when somebody's like, this is important, right? there's an old soul sitting there, right? There's an old soul having this like unique experience, and someone's going, you have to focus because this is very important. You have to be this is very important stuff that we're dealing with here. And the old soul is like, it really, like, in the grand scheme of things, like, it's important to you. Like, it's important to you. It's important to this moment, right? It's important to your agenda. But in the grand scheme of things, it's very hard. It's very hard to convince, right? It's very, very hard to convince an old soul to pay attention to something that they don't think has perpetual relevance. Which is being like, which again, and that's not to say, old souls are like, impress me, impress me, impress me, impress me. So I want you to think about that, because what you need is, you need an anchored profession. Okay. You need an anchored profession. You need something you can sink your teeth into. You need something that effectively has perpetuity in terms of the understanding or recognition of something that energetically resonates deeply with you, something that feels that it moves things forward. Okay. Because that ability, and I feel like that is what Like, I need to point out, this is why for old souls, finding purpose can often create career changing events, because the identification point of finally finding something and being like, oh, thank gosh, like, I found my purpose, right? Then it's the space by which one suddenly builds, right? One builds a passion for it, because that purpose, right? That purpose resonates, right? That purpose resonates within the old soul of the person, because it feels much like coming home, right? It feels, it doesn't feel like a profession. It feels like a homecoming. And the homecoming that the old soul feels when they find their purpose is finding, right, finding something that moves them in alignment over a perpetual relevance point. So I think that that's really important. I think that's also why I noticed that, again, you've got a lot of indications as to, I feel like, and I want to point out, one of the ways you might be able to see this if you're an old soul is if you ask your guides and say, like, give me some career hints, and then you start getting past life visions, right? Like, this is often what happens. This is what sometimes creates a confusion point with like old soul energy, because old soul energy will ask a guide, be like, show me my career, and be like, why are you showing me something from 300 years ago? Why are you showing me something that has no relevance now? Because they're going, ring a bell. Does it ring a bell? Does it ring a bell? Right? Because it's trying to show you. It's trying to, the guide's trying to show you something that you had an energetic passion for, right? Something that used to speak to your soul, something that made your soul sing, is what I keep on hearing. So I feel like that's the thing about it. I feel like you're not in the job right now of finding a career. You're in the job of soul singing, right? And soul singing is the work by which you identify and say to yourself, right? Like, this makes me, right? This makes me feel good in the doing of it, right? A good profession makes one's soul sing, because in the space by which one is doing it, one feels like one is at home within it, right? One feels at home, because you're seated in a place by which your soul sings. So, being seated in a place by which your soul sings is doing something, right? And I like to point out, it's doing something that you would be doing anyway, right? It's the space by which you identify and recognize the feeling of joy or contentment that it brings to you. So I think that one of the things that you should be potentially doing right now to help you on that life path is doing some meditations and asking your guides to reveal to you past experiences by which you felt that your soul was singing. See what you are doing there. See if you still connect. See if it's still see if that what you connect to still creates that same feeling within you. Because here's the thing about it. It's not to say, it's not to say that our lives are rinse and repeat moments. It's not to say that, like, we, like, okay, it's great. I like this in a past life. I'm doing it in the present. Everything's copacetic, because you're changing. You're growing, you're learning more, right? It might not necessarily make it sing anymore, but it might carry a tune. It might be close to something that you could energetically connect to today, that would feel, right, like, would allow you to feel that same sense of joy that effectively brought you to that experience in the past life. Because the one thing I keep on seeing is, and I think it's really interesting, because and it's interesting because sometimes when I read for you, I get a lot of past life energy coming up. Um, like, it's interesting because every time I read for your past life, I just hear the fact that you were a boss. Okay. Like, you were a boss. And the thing about being a boss is, like, and it's funny because the word that keeps on coming through is like a boss carries a bass note, is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like, that's why it's like, it's funny that your past life is using the word boss, because what they're really trying to say to me is that you kept a bass note on something, which meant you kept everything running. I keep on saying, like there's something about that that feels like, and that's what I meant about that anchored energy. You know, that something about you being in a space by which you made sure that something kept. I keep on saying you making sure that something kept humming is what is like something I'm identifying that could potentially be relevant in terms of something that you do now, because I just keep on seeing that in the past life you served as a very tremendous anchor, and that ability, right? um that ability of I keep on getting like something helping to, like I keep on helping to maintain, creating a safe space, things of this nature. I feel like your ability to meditate upon them are going to help you find similar places and locations in this life that would allow you to kind of find that same attunement, as it were. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. I feel like this card is very relevant to your past life. I understand the relevance to it. Yep. Okay. Also like it's interesting too, because like the one that, like what you pointed out as well, like it's a combination of both is what I keep on getting. Mm-hmm. Yep. Thank you so much, Ava, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. We've got room on the list for one more person today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Cable, I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. How are you doing today, almost? And how are you doing today, Moss? Okay. Mm-hmm. A 10. We've got room on the list for one more person today, but asking, please take a look at my code of conduct for the chat space. It's not permissible to continue to ask the same question over and over again. It will get you muted. It's not polite to those who are trying to utilize the chat space for communication. Thank you for being respectful. This is your warning. Absolutely. That's comforting to hear. Thank you, Avatar. This is so great. This is so true. Thank you as well, Bridget. Hmm. Yeah, I was in a work conference and they were talking about it as if there was passion. And I was like, this is y'all's passion. That's so funny. For me, it's more about what allows the lifestyle I want on my own terms and joy. Well, it's going to be different for everyone. This reading is specifically about like working in resonance with the fact, like, I just keep on seeing the fact that when I read for Ava, there was a really, really deep connection to what they were doing on the day to day. Yeah, you were like, this is not my passion. Exactly. It funds your passion. Big difference. Hi there, Charlotte. How you doing today? Hi, Coyote. Yes, then your guys won't let you leave career even when you pass. That's funny. Meredith, thank you for the follow. And thank you. We've got to 10K already, friends. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure that you guys are tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time, and we'll have that collective giveaway. And thank you for those gifts, Marvel. I just got off a convo with my brother on this. Not my passion. Absolutely. Yeah. Sometimes they make me sit and I'm like, oh, you're right. Amazing. All right, let's continue right now. I'm still looking. I'm still looking for Hannah. If Hannah isn't here, the next person I'm reading for today is Bridget. What is going on, Bridget? What's going on with your neck? What's up? All right. Yeah, it's long. Okay. And while we wait, before we start Bridget's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the sow. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just bear with me a moment. Yep, absolutely. I got you, dear. We're reading on a meditation. 1 minute. Is this okay? Outside. Okay. Okay. Okay, so outside meditation reading. While sitting with the trees, I had some interesting insights and deep knowing about this lifetime I chose to incarnate into. One of the biggest realizations was my decision to come back. I refuse to come back without my team, though I keep calling them them. We made the decision together. When I say we, I sent 6 or more people, though I don't feel it's any more than 10. Somehow we've all made it this far. We're all here on Earth. We've all survived up until this point. The trees have shared with me that we've been divinely protected while in separation, alone in the sense that we have not yet been fully in connection with one another. Though I do feel some of us are beginning to come into connection now. I also sense that 2 of them may have come into this life together, almost like siblings or even twins. What I keep seeing are glowing points spread out on a map, slowly being drawn toward one another. Not fully together yet, not until we each fully come into ourselves and accomplish our own individual tasks. We feel strong on our own, but magnanimous when we are together. I don't fully know how to describe what I'm feeling or seeing, but it almost feels like standing too close to the sun when we're all together. Powerful, overwhelming, radiant, a little too much. And somehow I feel like this is what I've been missing. This is what I've been aching for since I was younger. I feel this ache deep in my chest as I sit and experience what I'm seeing. I feel like I'm the youngest among them, not in age, but in innocence, almost childlike, cherished, protected, like they see me as a joy, a lightness, something precious to safeguard. The feeling is almost like I've been wandering through a desert my whole life without truly understanding what water was until I found them. And from their side, what I feel is this overwhelming desire never to let me go again or let me out of their sight. That's how it comes across. What feels interesting to me is that the others have experienced difficult and challenging lives as well, just as I have. However, I sense that I may have been one of the more isolated individuals within our team, and I'm being told that was on purpose. I agreed to this before coming. The isolation was meant to strengthen me, to shape me into more of a warrior, to trust in my own knowing and inner guidance without them. Their deep desire to protect me required distance, not abandonment, but space. A way for them to learn patience, to let me stand on my own, and to trust my path without intervening too soon. The loneliness wasn't meaningless. It feels like it served a purpose, even if at times it was incredibly painful. Could we read on this, please? I would love more insight into all the information I received. 4 cards, please. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, and I mean, the one thing I want to point out is this is very relevant to the download I told you I was getting earlier. That I'll unpack more when we're going through our private. Um, the thing you have to kind of understand is the message I'm getting is I see the thing I keep on identifying is when it comes, like when it comes to um you'll recall that I mentioned the fact that there was a group understanding in relationality to a choice that I see you and a group of individuals making um, as it relates to um, the identification of what could be conditionally described as a safe space. And it's incredibly complicated. And I keep on seeing and you know and then like we're definitely going to kind of unpack this more when we go through our mentorship, because this is often what happens when I'm going through mentorships. There's a lot of more downloads that come through, both for myself and for those who are participating in them. But the observation of recognizing the conversation of what is energetically best, right, is often the space by which we don't center the self, right? And you'll see this, like the energy, like what is the energy that's fastidiously working on what's best doing at every moment. They're working on not trying to center themselves, or ironically, having to center themselves if they must. Okay. Like there there goes an energy going, oh man, I gotta center myself again to get this done. You know, like, oh, like that is literally the tonality of energy that's working on what's doing best, is like the identification of what is best is often the work of recognizing what is best has nothing to do with what is central to the self, but figuring out what is healthy centering. And I feel like that was very difficult. And I keep on getting the hard part about it. Okay. And I need to stress, and I got the download. I got the other piece to this. I got the other piece to this when I received the download today that I articulated to you about, which is the fact that you were put in the worst position when that decision was made. Like when I articulate the unfairness, I literally see the fact that the energy, when you identify you were the youngest at the time that that decision was made, and there was another factor that had to be taken into consideration, because it was really difficult. Because I see here, when I would read into this, when everybody else made that decision, they checked with you first, because it was going to hurt you the most. Because, and I'll explain the whole complication of it when we're going through our private reading, because that was the piece that effectively came through. And the fact that you went through that you identified to them and said, I understand, I agree, right? You were like, I am with you all the way. And oh, like the fact that I just said, I was literally trying to say, I am with you all the way. And instead what came out was, I am with you all away, right? When I just said, I am with you, instead of all the way, I am with you all the way, there was actually a dispensation. Okay, you have to understand, this is how intense it was. There was a dispensation. There was a dispensation that they were going to make. There was a dispensation that they were going to make. They were going to allow you to stay. That's why you felt the drop. That's why you heard that dropping noise, because you said, if it can't. It like you literally said, you said to them, you're like, I can't, like you actually said to them, I appreciate it. It can't be that way. You said all the way. You said it's either because they said it's too painful for you to do. And you said, it has to be done. Like, it has to be done. So the context by which, and this is why I see, right? The modality by which you had to energetically return, right? The modality by which you had to return, um, it says to me, like, and it's a little bit like, and we'll have to go into it. The fact that you needed, like the fact that you potentially needed more time has everything to do with the karmic wound that occurred. It has everything to do with the karmic wound that occurred at the time that you had to make that choice, is what I keep on seeing. It literally says to me that the reason that you've had to work through that is because there was a karmic wound. Remember when I said, right, they had to create a balance point for the karmic wound to be healed. And I remember I said to you, it's there, right? This is how long it's taken. It took this long to get back to baseline. Okay? Not a minute wasted. It took this long. The time it took was the time it took to reach baseline, which is back to everything being fine, is what I keep on seeing. And you're right, right? There were twins. Who do you think the twins are? We'll get into it. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. Here's your new book. Here's your new book. Here's your new book. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. It's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot today. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings. You can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Oh, Lord. Oh, my goodness. Was everything? Annie, thank you for those gifts. All right, one moment, please. How you doing, Colleen? How you doing, Attila? All right. All right, where are we? Thank you as well, Ella. Mm-hmm. Yep. Just a light reading, Bridget. You know, nothing, just a light reading. I love the fact that I said to you today, I'm like, I just got this like massive download. Has anything occurred? And you're like, there's a giant meditation that showed me the full energetic map. Didn't mention that part. Yeah, the vibrations on that. Wow, thank you as well for also connecting to that wild. 11.1 during the reading. Tap to claim. Thank you. It's my. Yeah. Where do you think the Libra energy is coming from, Bridget? Absolutely. Yes. This is why you did not want to come back. You felt that because you'd have to heal it first. Yeah, I'm crying. I felt that. Yep. Well, that was in connection to it too. Yep. And Abby, thank you for the follow. Oh my gosh. Of course, at the end. Oh, well, you know where to find it. Did forgot the phone call. Phone call indeed. Phone call indeed. Probably made you jump. Grand Rising, Team Alsana. How you doing today? Yeah, I'll go, yep, and hear the last part. That was great. Thank you for all of those gifts, Annie. You're so welcome, Bridget. We'll get into it. We'll get into it in the private. Yeah, the funny thing was I was like funny thing is I was like a download. I wasn't even meditating. Well, now having had this reading, it's very relevant. It's very relevant that I received what I received when I received it this morning. It's so relevant. How you doing, resting? Yep. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that, T. How you doing today, Kesha? All right, let's continue right now. I'm still looking for Hannah. If Hannah's not here yet, the next person on the list for today is It's My. It's My, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, as I mentioned, I've got one more spot on the list today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Being semi-lio, please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private reads on my site. And thank you for letting me know where the information is before we get started right now. Let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Okay, 10. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the boar. Nikki, the frog already made an appearance here. It did what it always does. The frog showed up way in the morning when you weren't here. All right, we're going to continue right now. Good to see you, dear. All right, and I'm going to pin up It's My here. Guys, make sure to give It's My some love. You're so welcome, Bridget. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to tell you what, oh my God, when I tell you. Okay. Oh, look, What was it? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, is this inside tea or outside tea? It's my classic frog. All right. Hi. Outside on the read here. Okay. You mentioned something I haven't asked is about your counterpart having the same guide. I've had readings from you lately where I walked away feeling like I did my relationship end. Um, I'm feeling like, did my relationship end and I missed the memo, and yet still talking or interacting fairly closely on a daily basis with this person? You're not the only one that has potentially read that for me, but I'm also trying to understand what I was getting at. Is that the source of the frustration? I truly worked through speaking up as of late, and in doing so, I feel more blocked emotionally because I know I'm trying to protect myself from the information I might get. Due to timing, I'm not sure if I'll see this person anytime soon or if they even plan to. The last thing I'll say is I feel like those doors I continue to have left open for this individual and others previously in my life, I keep closing. But there's one door that I've literally just took the hinges off and said, "Hey, are you there?" You used a good word today. Confounded. 4 cards, please. So, before we can have this reading, we need to have a question. We need to have a conversation on what we don't have enough. Like, we need to talk about what is status quo. Okay. And the thing you have to identify is, what is status quo? What do people mean when they say status quo? Um, Status quo stands for quotidient. Okay. And quotidient, right? When we're working through the quotidient, and this is the most important thing that you often have to navigate, that we don't talk enough about when it comes to building relationship, right? There are those that look to relationships for potentiality, right? Which is the modality by which the modality by which we look towards a relationship and we identify and say, you know, this is what I hope to achieve with it, which is different, which is different from where I presently am, right? That would be a relationship of shared mutual potential. The modality of working towards a manifestation goal. that's mutually shared, and the identifiable place in terms of where it's going. And then there are those who potentially look towards relationship to preserve status quo. And what is and there's nothing wrong. You have to understand there's nothing wrong with any relationship model, but understanding the model of relationship that you're in will help you identify the difference between an inside problem and an outside problem. And a relationship that's status quo is a relationship by which another person says, I like the way my life is. I like the way my life is. It's great, but you know what would be nice? You know what would just add a little bit of, of niceness to an already perfect experience is having a relationship, right? Just having a relationship there. Nothing else changes, right? But there's just a relationship, right? There's just a relationship, and like that just adds to everything else. Now, the only way, right? The only way a quotidian relationship, okay? The only way a quotidian relationship works is if there is mutual agreement that it is quotidian, okay? It must have mutual agreement on the quotidian of the relationship, which is the mutual agreement by all parties involved that this relationship has effectively calcified, right? It's not to go any further beyond the status quo. It's not to go any further beyond what it effectively is. And when you understand this, when you understand that there is absolutely nothing energetically wrong with a quotidian relationship, so long as, right? So long as, and this is a big caveat, so long as all parties, right? All parties within the partnership, right, are in agreement that that is what it is, right? Because what happens, right? What happens when you have a situation where the quotidian has not been articulated in a relationship? You start to experience struggle, right? You have one person that goes, everything's perfect. Don't touch anything. This is exactly everything I've ever wanted. This is the best. This is absolute best. Another person goes, I am in pain. I am agonizing. When is it going to get to where I want it to be? And that right there is the toxicity point. An individual who is experiencing a quotidian relationship and another person who refuses to articulate that that is what is energetically occurring. That is abusive. I'm going to call it what it is. That is abuse. It is abuse to give someone the false, it is abusive. It is abusive energy to give someone the false idea that a quotidian relationship has the possibility of becoming a relationship of mutual potential. So the observation of the difference between the quotidian relationship, which says everything is exactly as we aspire it to be, I'm going to try to keep it this way as long as possible, versus the energy that says, when is this relationship going to reach its full potential? Because in the modality by which that happens, the only sound that needs to occur is the observation of healthy separation, where energy says we want different things. We want different things. That is what healthy, that is how we care about each other. Because we set the reason of, when we care about each other, we don't create the false illusion of reality as it relates to a relationship having potential if another person feels it has reached its quotidian point. So I feel like this is where we effectively find you right now. The observation of the difference between whether you're inhabiting a quotidian relationship, right? A relationship that another person has decided is exactly everything that they've hoped for it to be and is trying to keep it that way perpetually, versus you potentially articulating and saying, this is not where I aspire for that relationship to be. When is the relationship going to reach the full potential? And so the observation of potentially having to navigate that, right? It can often make one feel volatile, lost, confused, right? Frustrated. Because what happens? One person says, why isn't it there? And another person says, you just need to be patient. But here is the thing again, patience is not a perpetual state. When we care about each other, we don't keep each other in perpetual patience. We move towards things with a sense of progress. So I identify, and this is what I keep on seeing in relationality to the energetic read that this is turning into. I see somebody who's potentially losing the best potential partner that they ever potentially could have had. This is like, it's saying to me, like the guides are articulating that you were their opportunity of a lifetime. You were their opportunity of a lifetime as it relates to an ideal partner, as it relates to an ideal counterpart. However, if they're not ready to embrace the fear of intimacy that has been separating them from partnership, I feel like they're like the space by which, right? The space by which, and I feel like they're already reaching that point, the space by which you can't force another person to decide that they're ready to move deeper into relationship. It says to me that observation, like this is you having reached kind of that make or break point in terms of identifying the space by which you say to another person, you're not going to give them an ultimatum, but you can see the writing on the wall, right? Bottom of the deck, right? It's not, I feel like it's the modality by which you work. I keep on hearing when we're working towards, a state of love, right? We don't create an illusion space. And the fact that you already articulated that that's what's happening. You stated it in the way that you express the relationship. You said everything's okay as long as I don't look at it. Right? You stated everything's okay as long as I don't look at it, which is a relationship that's requiring you to have to avoid something in order to create the false illusion that everything is all right. So I would say the most important thing to do is energetically face it, right? And energetically facing things is not saying, oh, I'm scared. And you like, again, it's fearful, right? Because it's a space by which you say, like, I'm scared if I face it, it may go away. It may, right? But you have to understand that when we care about each other, we can look each other in the eye, right? A healthy relationship does not require us to cast our gaze aside. A healthy relationship is the modality or experience by which we can look at one another and articulate upon our fears. Because when we're in a healthy relationship and we articulate to each other through our fears, right? We hold strength and we're able to resolve those fears with possibility, with opportunity, right? With action. So don't look at it, right? Don't look at it so much as avoiding. Look at it as you kind of working towards activating the partnership, right? I feel like your keyword right now is activation, which is to say, where is this going, right? That's what activation is. Where is this going? What are we going to do about it? How are we going to change it? How is it going to reach its full potential? Are we on the same page as to what that is? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot available today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read, which we're going to be starting shortly. And the other reading giveaway is when we get to 50K likes over on the Clock app, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. How are you doing, Cozy? Thank you for these gifts. Thank you for those gifts. All right, thank you. And thank you as well, Star Trekker, for also connecting to these messages. All right, let's continue right now. Happy to read the list for you. The list we have right now is Hannah and Stella. And then we're going to be doing the Daily Collective. And then Tate's the first person to be read for once we complete the Daily Collective. And just reading over. Thank you, Chris and Co, for the follow. Thank you for sharing the live, Mamo. And thank you, Sophie, for the follow. Absolutely. Exactly. I've asked. I don't want to walk away without knowing. I less own the feelings now, not absorbing, but observing. It feels like I'm convenient. Oh, sending you support that you feel that way, dear. You are not a convenience. You are a priority. That's how you should feel in a relationship. When I'm in there, it's been said, I don't want you to leave. Oh, I can see it. I mean, like that, I feel like that is true. Like I see somebody who does not want you to leave, but they have to accept they have to have it. They have to recognize the fact that they need to heal these wounds of intimacy in order to be able to keep you. Yeah, it's agreement. It feels like expectations abound and we swap silent toxicity. But here's the thing, being able to recognize that and address it is how you heal it. Not that my intent is toxic, but here's the thing, keeping pain silent is toxic if there's a way to alleviate it, right? If there's a clear solution to being able to heal that, then your ability to articulate it is saying to someone like, like that's you saying to them, like, give me the antidote, right? That's what you have to recognize. If you know that there's a clear solution to the pain you're experiencing, then the conversation is you saying, can you give me the antidote? Yes, Annie, holy crikey. I just tuned in just in time for this confirmation. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Annie. It felt like abuse all along, but it was so familiar. You're not nuts. I'm glad that this has helped you to recontextualize that experience. Right. My patience has thinned. I've been told the nicest person ever of all. I said that exact word. I also said it can't be forced. They're afraid to lose me too, and not yet but yet not yet ready. Yeah, I feel like you're seeing, but here's the thing about it. They've been in that liminal space for a very long time. Isis, thank you for the follow. Thank you for those heart me's, and thank you for becoming the 100 fan of my fan club. I appreciate you. Welcome. Thank you for also receiving these messages. It took some access away and felt childish doing it. Step back in to observe. Well, and here's the thing about it. Make sure that you're being clear in terms of what those boundaries are, right? Like no swerving back and forth. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Bridget, well, we'll get to that. Like we'll get to that when we like, we'll get to that. Annie, thank you for also connecting to these messages. I wouldn't have stayed if I didn't truly feel their love. I mean, here's the thing about it. Like to me, like, and you have to understand the quality and condition by which someone loves you is not the issue here. It's whether they truly want to manifest, if they're ready to manifest the relationship that you're aspiring to have with them. And I feel like one of the things that could help with that is looking back on their history. Have they ever had the relationship similar to the one that you're hoping to have with them? Because that'll help you see the full shape of the intimacy wound that you may be working to heal. Avatar, thank you for that gift, dear. I appreciate it. All right, the next person we're reading for right now. Is Stella. Stella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm still looking for Hannah. Hannah or Stella? I got you, dear. All right, let's continue right now. And before we continue with Stella's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. For anyone who's here waiting for the Daily Collective, we are reaching the final readers, the final individuals who had priority today. So we will be starting on that Daily Collective. I've got one more spot available today to be read for after the Daily Collective. If you would like to secure that spot, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay, perfect. All right. And I've got the animal oracle cards here. I'm going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the owl. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And I'm going to pin up Stella here. Guys, make sure to give Stella some love. Angelic, 4 cards, please. Mm-hmm. Wow, it's always the same cards right now. Wow, every time I read for you right now, it's the same cards. Absolutely remarkable. Like the 6 of Swords just in its reversal keeps on coming up. You know, the thing I keep on seeing is I mean every time I read for you right now, the same message keeps on coming up. And that message the message that comes up is if someone has never been kind to you, like don't be swayed by them trying. I keep wondering by them trying to deliver a false kindness to you. And the reason I keep on getting that is, and it feels like, and I keep on getting the message, someone being like, I've decided to be kind to you, right? Like somebody who tries to qualify something by doing something out of the kindness. I keep wondering, out of the kindness of their heart is what I keep on hearing. Right? Like somebody trying to deliver, like I just keep on seeing like some kind of performative act of kindness of another person, like trying to articulate. Like it feels to me like I literally see a situation by which somebody thinks they've created the circumstance that they've effectively, like I feel like they think that they've created a circumstance where they see you like in some kind of pressure cooker energy, right? Like it feels to me like somebody's trying to create that false feeling of pressure cooker for you, which is the identification point of making you feel like, I feel like somebody being like, aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid? And meanwhile, they're terrified. Meanwhile, they're absolutely terrified. They're absolutely terrified. Because and this is what I keep on getting. Like I just like I like and I'll show you. It's the same cards I keep on getting. Right, like literally, I need to start writing these down because it's when I say it's the same reading. Right, Page of Wands in its reversal, Six of Swords in its reversal, Queen of Cups in its reversal. A relationship is over. A relationship is over because I just keep on seeing somebody says if they don't like I keep on hearing someone say if they don't go for that, then there's nothing then there's nothing between us. There's nothing between us ever again. Because I just keep on hearing you've put my hide on the line. You put my hide on the line. And I just keep on hearing the same thing. You put my hide on the line. And I just keep on, and I feel like it's already when I'm noticing it, like what I'm seeing here is the reason the relationship's over is when we care about each other, like when we truly care about each other. We don't put each other's hide on the line, which is to say, like we don't articulate. Like I see like somebody like it says to me like there was some kind of situation of someone saying do this or else. And I feel like and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like the angelic, and I want you to understand, I feel like the angelic is revealing this to you to help you understand that they're currently finally experiencing what they put you through. They're currently finally experiencing what they put you through. Because I hear somebody I hear somebody like articulating and saying to themselves, you know, like it's like I hear somebody saying like um I'm not like and I feel like I hear like it's like they're articulating upon the fact that they're not an object, right? Or I keep wondering they're trying to articulate to somebody that they're not a bargaining chip, is what I keep on hearing, right? The observation of someone who feels like they're like they're a bargaining chip, or the space by which they're trying to articulate to another about the fact that they feel like that, or the fact that they feel like their feelings, like the fact that they feel that their feelings on something are not being considered with relevance. I just keep on seeing a circumstance or situation by which like I keep on saying like regardless of what happens, they can't unsee it, right? Like regardless of what happens, they can't unsee what they've seen, right? And that person's capacity, right? Like that person's capacity, um like I want to point out it's like they articulated to them what the risk was. They articulated to them what the risk was. And I can hear them saying that the person indicated that they did not care about the risk. And that is what is effectively, I keep wondering like that's what effectively has ended the relationship. It's that observation. It's that and I think that one of the and like the guy like the and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like the reason the angelic is putting it forth to you to articulate, because it says to me that they're starting to understand the heart. They're starting to understand the heart space, right? They're starting to understand the heart space, because, and it's hard too, because bottom of the deck, I need to point this out. We should not, like, if we have empathy, we should not have to embody something in order to have empathy for it, right? We should not have to embody something in order to have empathy for it. But it says to me that energy, like, it says to me, like, them working through that point, it's like the energy had to, like, go into, it's like they're in that rock bottom moment right now, because they're recognizing and identifying that the way that they're being treated, like, I keep on hearing, like, it's like, I feel, it's wild about it. I feel like they can finally hear the higher self again. And what is the higher self saying? They're saying, does this, the higher self is saying to them, does this feeling sound familiar? They're saying, does this feeling sound familiar? And the reason they're saying, the higher self is saying, does this feeling sound familiar, is because the higher self is trying to reach them at this point to say, do you recognize that this is what you've been doing to everyone the whole time? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got one more spot today available before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a few minutes to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi there, Trey. Spirit's first directive to us is to make sure that we're taking care of our person first and foremost. I want you to make sure that you're doing what is necessary to feel safe, seen, and supported. And if that needs to be in the space of communicating to others that you need that, make sure that you're doing so. Thank you. That's kind of you to say, Jeff. Absolutely. Thank you for the compliment, Jaded. Excellent. Goosebumps. Absolutely, Stella. Hold on a moment. You're so welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. The wild thing about it is it feels more like it has more to do with the angelic, you know? Like, I like to point out the angelic I see around you does not, it does not play. Like, they don't play. Like, like, like they don't, that angelic does not play. Yeah. Marie, thank you for the follow. I feel like that's what I see about it. It's somebody recognizing, right? It feels like somebody who recognizes that all sentiment between them is gone, right? Yeah. Monty, thank you for the follow. You actually said that you felt you like used objects. So again, that's what I mean. Like, they're again, it's what they're finally in communication with the higher self again. And the higher self is saying, does this feeling sound familiar? Hi there, lovely. Thank you, Gemini, for the follow. Kate, thank you for the follow as well. You're so welcome, dear. I do my best. I do my best. And I hope these messages help you on your journey. All right. I do my best with that sign. What else can we be if we're not going to be kind? You got to be kind. All right, we're going to get started. I'm looking again for Hannah. Looking again for Hannah before we get started on the Daily Collective. Looking again for Hannah. If Hannah's not here, friends, we are going to get started on the Daily Collective. But if you would like to get on the list to be read for once we complete the Daily Collective, I have room on the list today. I have room on the list today for one more reading. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure that you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we're doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective read. Currently, that position is held by Bridget. Thank you so much for those gifts, Bridget, at 926. Before we get started on today's Daily Collective, we are going to warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle cards here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the crane. We'll do that again after the next reading. And just a reminder to those who are joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on our list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And if you become a paid member, you are also entitled to the same benefits that we've stated for those who are paid members, for the subscribers, as well as the discounted rate on readings and a free card each day. Excellent. I have no idea what that means, Bridget. Excellent. All right. Let's get to it. One moment, please. And as I mentioned, friends, if you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I'd appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading here live is here to receive it. And that said, no better time than the present. Let's get started. Welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm the Grace Draga, and I'm here to give you your tarot astrology for today, Saturday, June 6th, 2026. We are going to be doing our tarot astrology today for all signs. We are going to be starting right now we began last week with Aries. That means that we're going to go reverse this week. We're going to be starting our readings today with Pisces. Can I please get 3 cards for Pisces, please? Pisces, sun, moon, and rising. What does Pisces need to know today? 3 cards, please. What do we got coming through? We're utilizing the Smith-Waite Centennial deck for our reading. First card we see right now for Pisces is the Ace of Wands in its upright. The second one being the Hierophant in its upright, and the third one being the Page of Cups. The Page of Cups. These are some nice Pisces cards right here. These are some very nice Pisces cards. This is the Pisces play yard, right? This is Pisces being able to work through something, but not just being able to work through something, doing something that is energetically passionate in a way by which one is working to elevate it. Right? It's the elevation of play, or the work by which we are able to effectively identify or embrace something from joy in a way that allows another to be able to understand the full sentiment or why something means what it does to us. And I think that that's really important because It's interesting too, because this is also giving me a little bit of energy of Pisces, working into the space of being able to identify, um, either some it feels very, it feels very much like a quality and condition by which Pisces is following or finding some kind of grounding practice. And I feel like something that's really important about that is helping, right? Like and I want to point this out. I know it's going to sound a little antithetical, but a lot of things change for Pisces when Pisces find a strong anchor, right? And the thing about it is you have to understand, because and I like to point this out, when Piscean energy often feels like the ability to feel, um, a lot of the emotions, right? You can like, and you know this, like go find a Pisces that's working on healing and say, like, tell me the time that you felt tempest tossed by your emotions, right? Tell me the time that you felt like you were forcing yourself against the current, right? And what often happens for those with Piscean placements is the ability to find an anchor allows one to be able to better plumb the depths of understanding, right? And it's often the space by which one is able to effectively focused, like it's saying energetically focused on a theme, focused on a point of relevance, focused on something that allows one to be able to perceive something from a point of healthy orientation. I think this is really interesting because I almost feel like this is Pisces getting better at helping others stay on task. Okay. I just keep on hearing something about Pisces going like, we're getting off subject. We're getting off subject, right? We're getting off subject. And often in that space, but I feel like it's starting, right? It starts with the self, right? Because, the thing you kind of identify with that is, and I'd love to point this out, a good Pisces understands the work of healthy editing. Okay. And there's something really important about that, right? Because you have to understand, um, the space by which we work towards, like the space by which we work towards like healthy editing is often the observation of being able to work through the difference between how we feel about something versus how another person perceives it, right? And when Piscean energy understands, right? And this is why you'll notice when Piscean energy is trying to evoke a feeling, right? Then the ability not to get let the feelings get in the way of, right? Not allowing the feelings to get in the way of generating feelings is what I keep on getting, right? You gotta be in that space by which you can navigate receiving feedback, right? The difference between, and everything changes for Piscean energy, and the difference between feeling feelings and wanting to evoke feelings, because the ability by which another person feels feelings is the space by which one is able to understand and recognize what one has to change to allow for that evocation of feelings to occur. So I feel like that's really important, because I feel like there's something about that that is framing the nature of conversations this week for Pisces in relationality, not just like in terms of making adjustments that allow one to feel more by helping another person connect to the way that you're trying, like what you're trying to evoke or add to an experience or circumstance. Thank you so much to my Pisces. Next sign we're reading for today is our Aquarians. Aquarius energy, sun, moon, and rising. What do we have coming through with Aquarian right now? 3 cards, please. 8 of Swords in its upright, Ace of Cups in its reversal, 2 of Cups in its upright. Um, the thing I'm identifying right now with a lot of Aquarian energy, and these are these are some heavy cards that I see are effectively being navigated here. And the thing I keep on identifying is um, what it means, like what it means to work collaboratively. And it's speaking into, right? It's speaking into the definition. It's a continuation of what we were saying with Pisces in terms of understanding that we can have very different experiences if we don't bring the same energetic feeling to something, right? Because, and you have to understand, this is why we talk about the fact that you can't force a healthy relationship, right? There's something very important about the difference between what feels like a healthy relationship versus a relationship under duress. And what is the context of a relationship under duress? A relationship under duress is often the evocation point by which another person feels, right, that they have no choice but to do something, right? And so what's interesting about that is I feel like this is Aquarian energy navigating experiences of energetic duress, either experiences from the past or experiences from the present, or potentially articulating and identifying what feels energetically, what feels holistic, right? And I like to point this out. The identification point of creating holistic experiences. You can't create a holistic experience when another person feels that they are under duress, right? And so I think that that's interesting because I feel like there's something about Aquarian energy right now navigating some kind of feeling of pressure, right? You can't you can't force creativity. And often the expansiveness of feeling pressure can often create the space by which we experience volatility. So I feel like there's something very important about that because I feel like that's a lot of the Aquarian energy. I feel like I see Aquarian energy bringing some kind of logic-based approach to a circumstance or experience. And I keep on seeing, like, and I want to point this out. Our expertise is found in being able to communicate to another how we effectively feel about things. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and I think that this is really important because I feel like for some of the Aquarian energy right now, right? We don't, and I feel like this is almost Aquarian energy being very protective of another's feelings. And you have to recognize, and I want to point this out, um, it's okay. It's okay to be protective of feelings as long as we have a right to those feelings, right? And the thing about it I keep on getting is like it's working into the feelings that we have license for, right? And this is the difference because when we identify the license that we have to feelings, then when we have licensed feelings, then we have a reason for feeling them, right? It's the observation of understanding that the logic that we don't just honor feelings, that the feelings that need to be honored are licensed feelings. Because what happens is when we honor feelings, right? When we honor feelings that another person does not have the right to carry, we create trauma environments. Right. So I feel like that's really interesting here with these Aquarian energies because I feel like this is Aquarian energy, like working into the definition of understanding that a sanctified space is not the space by which one honors every feeling, but one does the invested work and making sure that one has license to feel something, that by giving the reason as to why, that then helps another person understand what is reasonable. So I hope that helps right now for a lot of the Aquarian energy as it relates to working through like identifying and healing relationship hurdles, or being able to recognize or communicate to another how one is feeling about a circumstance or situation. Continuing to get clarification right now, the next sign that we're potentially reading for right now is Capricorn. Capricorn, sun, moon, and rising. It's interesting that I said potentially, because I feel like there's something about expectation that's in the air right now for our Capricorn. Hey, babies, can I get 3 cards, please? 1, 2, 3. King of Wands in its reversal. Queen of Cups in its reversal. 10 of Swords in its reversal. And here's the thing. Here's the thing about it. I feel like there's something, man, you know, here's the thing. And I think you know this, Capricorns, okay? Just because you can be okay with things doesn't mean something's okay. Right? I'm just going to say that. Just because like I need to point this out with my Capricorns, okay? Your ability, okay, you understand. I'm gonna, like, please don't come at me for this. I mean this with all the love in my heart, okay? Your ability to be okay with everything. How's that hyper independence going? How's it going? Okay? It's hyper independence. Right? And when you recognize that the ability to be okay with things is built upon hyper independence, then it's not the quality and condition, right? It's not the quality and condition by which you'll be fine, but it's whether another person took your feelings into account, right? It's whether another person took your feelings into account. And the thing you have to understand, and I think that this is often what happens in relationality to like Capricorn energy, is, you know, our ability to communicate on our feelings, help others find our feelings, right? Because our, like, and this is what I just keep on saying, and I know it's hard because I literally see a situation, like I feel like I see a situation right now with Capricorn energy being like, should I say something? And I'm like, and like what I want to say to the Capricorn energy is like, if holding something in that you know that you have a right to feel is causing you pain, then you have to express it, right? Because what you have to understand, if you are feeling pain on something that another person is doing and you're not expressing it, then you're denying them the right and possibility to be able to change it, right? And I feel like that's something really important right now for a lot of the Capricorn energy, right? Give someone, right? Look at your feelings as the tools, right? When you look at your feelings as tools, then you understand that those tools help another person understand what could be energetically better. And so it's not, I keep wondering, it's not about holding them in. And I feel like this is really hard for Capricorn energy, because I know Capricorn energy, that you would rather do anything under the sun than talk about your feelings, okay? But they exist, okay? They exist. And the way by which you like articulate upon the fact that they exist is by identifying that there are things that others can do to change them, right? Let that, like, say to another person, like say to somebody, this is my intention, right? If you feel like that way, say, this is my intention in expressing something, to make sure that another understands why you're communicating the way that you are about something. Now, continuing right now for our Sagittarians. How we doing, guys? Okay. Oh, like that. Okay, that all at once, like all at once. Look at this. Oh my God, what is this? Okay. Oh lordy, lordy, lord. There's so many. Like, there's so many cards here. I didn't even get a chance to pull. They fell out of the deck. There's five of them. A lot of pentacles. A lot of pentacles. And the thing I keep on seeing, and here's the thing about it. I I mean this with like, how do I say this in a gentle way? Have you been a little over dramatic this week? Okay. I don't know what it is, but I feel like I don't know why I'm getting this, but I feel like this is like this period. Okay. Like, I just need to point this out. I don't know why I feel like this week has had like this here, like this has been the fan of this week for Sagittarian energy. And it feels a little bit like drama queen. I mean this in a very like, it feels a little, it feels, like, you know what I mean? Like, this feels very dramatic. You know what I mean? And I gotta point out, it has to do with coming out of the Sagittarian full moon energy, right? It's like it's a little, it's a little dramatic, like this energy here, because I need to point this out, okay? And I need to understand that the thing you have to understand right now is that for a lot of the Sagittarian energy right now, um, this is high strung energy. We are literally experiencing, okay, we're literally experiencing the period of time between between a Sagittarian full moon and uh and a Gemini new moon. And the thing about it is, and I think you have to recognize this, um that the thing about, um when Sagittarians are working into the space of excitement, it's wild because like Sagittarians navigate excitement in a way that like is not it's not the same way that others experience it. And when you understand this as a Sagittarian, then you understand that when you're carrying anticipation, you have a tendency of getting a little high strung, right? Because it's like off to the races energy, and it's like often that feeling of like wanting to move forward to a certain extent. So make sure make sure that you're prioritizing rest right now. Okay? I would like to introduce you to the possibility that everything is fine. I would like to introduce you, and I know you're shaking your head. I'd like to introduce you to the possibility that everything is going, like everything that is going exactly as you hope it will. I also need to stress though, right? A watch pot never boils, right? Like all you're doing, like if you're waiting for something, go do something else. Because like you have to understand, like if you want to watch time, if you want to watch time stretch, if you want to watch time's amazing ability to stretch, watch time, right? Time likes to put on a show. So when you start watching time, right? When you start watching time, what does Saturn say? Saturn goes, I can go slower. I can go slower. So Saturn is like, Saturn sees a Sag looking at them and being like, would you like me to do this more slowly? Like, you will see the time like start doing like time will start doing its slow dance for you if you start watching it, because time's gonna be like, are you obsessed with me? Are you obsessed? Are you obsessed with how much time it's taking? Like, I feel like there's a little bit of energy right now for Sag. Stop looking at time. If you don't want to, you don't want to, what are you doing? Why are you doing this to yourself? Go do something else. Go take a walk. Okay? All right. Continuing right now. Continuing. All right, the next sign we're reading for right now are Scorpios. Oh, my Scorpios. I'm a little alarmed to pull these cards for Scorpio. Given what I was seeing, given what I was seeing last week. Do I even want to look at these? Like, three cards. Again, they just dropped out. Oh, what's this doing here? Oh, what's this doing here? Two of Cups. Oh, what's this doing here? Ace of Cups. Oh, what's this doing here? Nine of Wands in its reversal. Oh my, I love when, like, I feel like this is like, and I love to point this out. Like, Scorpio, you're allowed to have your drama. Here's the thing about it, because here's the thing: when Scorpios have drama, like every you're like Scorpios. Like, here's the thing about it, and I like to point this out with Scorpionic energy, right? Don't bring drama. Don't bring drama to a Scorpionic energy, because that drama will turn to trauma real quick. Like that drama that drama will turn to trauma real quick. Like, that's the thing about it. Because that here's the thing, like, and that's like, and I want to point out, like, the thing about, like, and I want to point, like, the fact that I'm like sitting here snapping, right? And here's the thing, like, you have to understand, right? When Scorpio energy, like, the word I keep on hearing is a real one. Okay? And Scorpios get real precious with their real ones. Okay? When Scorpios find a real one, like, and here's the thing about it, and the fact that I have to say, like, I know every Scorpio is shaking their head, and I haven't, and you know what? I haven't even defined you what a real one is, right? Everyone else is going, what are they talking about? And Scorpio's going, I know what they're talking about, right? Because the thing about it is, when Scorpios find a real one, and here's the thing, even if the Scorpio is not on good terms with a real one, it has nothing to do with the Scorpionic feelings of a real one, right? A Scorpio, this is why you'll notice the tendency of a Scorpio. Like, someone will be like, go to a Scorpio and be like, I thought you hated that person. And being like, I don't hate that person. I don't hate that person. I don't hate that person. It's complicated. It's complicated because it understands, right? It's a lot of the Scorpionic energy that identifies. And here's the thing about it: you don't like it almost says to somebody, like, you got to be this tall, right? Which is saying, like, stay out of other people's business. And here's the thing about it, like, Scorpios will sit there, and you know this, Scorpio. I know you're shaking your head. You might not like someone, but if you see somebody, right? If you see somebody getting in somebody's business that they're not supposed to be in, you're in their business real quick, right? Because Scorpios prioritize, right? Scorpios prioritize having a right to one's business. And here's the thing about it, like, the space by which, and this is what you'll often see with Scorpios, right? When you see Scorpio in someone else's business, the question you need to ask is, what did they do? What did they do? Like, why is Scorpio over there doing that? Because usually it's somebody, like, Scorpio doesn't like to start things, but Scorpio will finish them. Scorpio will be a very fast lesson to someone in relationality to not starting things, because Scorpios are finishers. And then that's the thing about it. And this is what Scorpios will finish things that other people start, because they got a real issue, right? It's like energy, like, they cannot, like, this, Scorpio, right? How dare they? I can't even, like, that's why I say, like, don't, like, what is it? Like, it says to me, like, and I love it, because, like, here's the thing about it: Scorpios love nothing more than clean up on aisle 3, because, like, clean up on aisle 3 is Scorpios being like, you know what, right? How, like, that is them saying, like, that is them navigating the space by which, when we're good with ourselves, we don't, right? We are energetically respective, I keep on, and here's the thing with Scorpios, respective, even if we don't, like, even if we don't share opinions on things, right? Even if we don't go about things the same way, like Scorpios literally protect our right so long as they don't hurt another. And it's that hurting another, you know what I mean? Like that's what gets underneath Scorpio. I know what gets under your craw there, Scorpio. So I understand. Libra. 3 cards for Libra. Again, we've got them all coming out at once right now. Knight of Cups in its reversal. Yeah, speaking of which, 7 of Pentacles in its upright. Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. You know, the thing I need to point out, I feel like I'm picking up on a lot of Libras activating right now. And the thing you have to understand, when Libras activate, you have to understand a Libra never centers themselves when they activate, right? Libras never center themselves when they activate, and they can see, right? And this is often what creates the space by which a Libra activates. When another person, when another person tries to utilize their feelings, when like when another person tries to energetically utilize a Libra's the feelings against them, that energy loses access, right? Like I just keep on getting access denied. And you have to understand that like the space by which, like when Libras get into that space, when like here's like I got to tell you, when Libras, and we never talk about this, right? We always talk about Libras coming into point of balance, but we never talk about the Libra library, do we? Right? We don't talk about the fact that Libras be sitting there keeping receipts on things. And here's the thing about it, right? Like when Libras recognize that they're an energetic library, and then they see somebody trying to get into their library with feelings, someone being like, access denied. Like, like, and I need to point this out because that's the thing about it, right? You ever see like, and I want to point out like the cutoff game. You want to talk about a cutoff game, like when you talk about it, like here's the thing about it. There's 2 signs, right? And here's the thing about it. The reason the cutoff game is fast is because there's always a reason, right? There are 2 signs. When they've got a cutoff game, the reason the cutoff game is strong is because they recognize a game, right? And here's the thing about it. Like, and that's what I like here. And that's the thing about this is what happens with Libras. When Libras are sitting there trying to create a library and somebody's trying to have a game, you don't have games in libraries. Libraries are sacred spaces, right? And that modality, like the recognition of another person trying, right, trying to do something in a way by which they're not taking their feelings into consideration, like it just says to me, like that's the thing about it, like access denied. But I keep on getting the reason by which we see the access denied is the observation, right? The observation of Libras going through the experience where another person, right, isn't taking their feelings into consideration. And this is why we identify, like I feel like again, Libras need to go talk to Capricorn. Libras need to go talk to Capricorn. Because we just read for Capricorn. Capricorn's like, do my feelings exist? And Libras are like, oh, they exist. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because here's the thing about it, especially with like 7 of wands in its upright. You have to understand, there's the best Libra in your life, perpetually taking the temperature of everything. You know, there's the best Libra in your life, perpetually doing temperature checks. So there's the Libra going, what do I need to bring in here? Like, what do I need? Like, what do I need to bring into the situation to energetically fix the temperature? Right? There's the best, like, there's the best Libra in your life, perpetually sticking thermometers and things. So this is why when a Libra sees, right? Like when a Libra sees another person intentionally trying to get them upset, that is the last time you will ever see that Libra, the real side of that Libra, because it's the energy that like goes like, oh, why are you trying to enter? Like, oh, I see you. Like it's the energy goes, oh, I see you're trying to raise my temperature. And that, you understand, that literally moves counter up, like literally, it is the worst thing you could possibly do to a Libra that's constantly working so fastidiously on trying to effectively get the right temperature, because it's the modality by which another person, right? It's them finding, it's like that is the Libra finding the source of the energetic frustration in their life. And that's why you'll often see, like I like to point out, when Libras like like you know what I mean, like it gives me, like it just, it's like the way by which the energetic, and so I feel like for Libras going through this, um your explanation as to why, right, like you know what that feels like, you know what it feels like, right, you know what it feels like for another person being energetically respective of the library of your feelings, right? You're allowed, and again, and I feel like in a way, like some of it doesn't, it feels to me like some energy of the Libra, like not having conversation. Sometimes it's not good to talk about things, right? I'm going to be the one to say it. Not everything needs to be discussed, especially if it feels like another person isn't taking your feelings into consideration respectfully. Continuing to get clarification, moving on to our Virgos. Virgos, sun, moon, and rising. What do we got right now? 4 cards. Got an extra card here. Wow, it's a lot of people. It's a lot of people. Okay, we got here. Okay, we got the King of Wands in its reversal, Page of Cups in its upright, High Priestess in its upright, Eight of Pentacles in its reversal. What has got you? This feels like this, like, I don't, like, do you know how hard it is? Do you know how hard it is to blow a Virgo's mind? And I feel like I see, like, I feel like I see something here. Like, I gotta point this out because, like, like this is the thing about it. Like, and it's interesting too, because it feels a little bit like the energy I was picking up on with Scorpio, right? And I keep on getting the thing with Virgos, and I like this about Virgos. This is like a Virgo thing. I don't understand it, but that doesn't mean I don't respect it. Right? Like, I feel like that's what happens. Virgo, you know this. You know what it means, right? You don't need to understand something to respect it. And the thing about it is, and the thing you'll often see, right? There you'll see, like, and I need to point this out, like the biggest fool in your life is someone that tries to deny the experience of something because they don't understand it, right? Like, you can't get into the space of denying something because you don't understand it, because literally that's another person telling, like showing another person their full ignorance, right? When you see somebody that's like, oh, anything I don't understand just doesn't exist. You know, right? Like, oh, look, here comes the foolish fool. Oh, everybody, I would like to introduce you to the foolish fool that has decided that if they don't understand it, it must not exist. It's amazing. Look at that. It's incredible. Yes, it's great. Everything exists based upon their limited capacity of understanding. And this is what drives, like, Virgo. I know this, like, it's wild, right? It's the audacity. It's the audacity of some people, right? The audacity of some people that are ready to discount something because they don't understand it is like a history of atrocity. Is what I keep saying. The history of atrocity that occurs in another person going, I don't understand it, so it must not exist, right? The energy that articulates them being the authority that is really articulating upon the full breadth of their stupidity, right? That's how we lose precious things. So I feel like that's what's really interesting, because I feel like, and again, you see how fast I started talking, right? Do you see how frustrating? Like, do you know how, like, look at this. Look at this poor energy. You poor thing. Look at this poor Virgo right now. Okay. Virgo. Like, you're literally having to be the voice of reason in something. Like, look at this energy, right? Like, you get, like, and I keep on hearing you say to somebody, because, like, when another, like, literally having to help someone understand what is literally a logical fallacy, right? It's like when you have to explain to somebody what a logical fallacy is, right? It's just like But here's the thing about it, Virgo, you are so equipped. Nobody is more equipped to help another person understand the quality of a logical fallacy. Okay? And I know how frustrating it is because often it's like you have to slow it down. Right? I know it's going to drive you nuts. You like I want you to imagine your talk. If you're going through this right now, Virgo, I want you to imagine that person not as your enemy, but as the smallest, like the smallest, sweetest thing you've ever met, right? Give them the benefit of the doubt. Just slow it down. Walk it like step by. Okay, where am I losing you? Okay, let's start again. No, it's okay. Let's start again. Okay, from the beginning. Okay, here we go. Right? Don't get angry. Just move them through it like a little tiny child. And remember, that's how you're blessing a situation. If another person, like, just figure out where the disconnect is. Okay, like, figure out what the disconnect is. That's all you need to do. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, my Virgos. All right, continuing right now. Ah, my Leos. Oh, my Leos. Oh, yeah, my Leos. Look at the card jumping out of the deck. How's it going? Sigh. Two more, please. Mm-hmm. Star card. Six of Swords. What do I even like? What do I even? You know, here's what I gotta like. I don't know how to describe. Like, how do I describe this? So when Leos articulate to another, okay, and I need to stress this: when Leos articulate to another, just be honest with me. It is a plea. It is a plea because you got to understand there is no, like, Leos value honor above everything, regardless of whether they want to or not, right? Like, you have to, choice does not come into it when you prioritize honor, right? When you, by your nature, prioritize honor and you look at someone and you literally say, just be just be honest with me, right? You have to understand that is Leo telling you from the depths, they're giving you the instructions. They're not asking, they are giving you the manual. They are literally giving you all the tools you need to have the best relationship that you can possibly have in your whole experience, right? All you need to do, and this is why when Leos reach a moment when they ask for so little, right? When they ask for, like, there is the best Leo, right? There's the best Leo that you've ever experienced going, just be honest with me, right? Just be honest with me. Just be honest with me. Begging, right? Because what Leo is saying, just honor me. Just honor me, right? Just honor me. Because it says honor honor the Leo's intelligence, honor the Leo's capacity to work through things. Because here's the thing about it. The minute a Leo feels that isn't occurring, right? Like the minute that happens, you've already, like, you've lost the Leo, right? Because the thing about it is Leos have absolutely, like, and it bothers Leos too. It's not the fact about it. Leos can't hang out. Like, it says to me, like, it's the space or nature by which Leos, like, it's the space or nature by which we're energetically respective. is the modality by which we effectively work through things that allow a Leo, right? The space by which allow a Leo feels safe, seen, or supported is the modality or the quality by which they feel energetically honored. And when you recognize that for Leos, honor and honesty are the same word, when you recognize that every Leo you ever meet, honor and honesty, right? When you recognize every Leo, when they say just be honest, they're saying everything is possible so long as you bring honesty to things. When Leos don't see that occurring, right? Like all respect is gone. And that is often like, and here's the thing about it, it breaks the Leo's heart, right? That's not a Leo holding a standard. It breaks Leo's hearts as much as it breaks the hearts of those that they see it in, right? It's like it breaks the Leo's heart to see it as much as it is. Like, it's not just the fact that they feel it, but it's the observation of them feeling like the wish by which they wish they hadn't. Like, it's the space by which it's like Leos can't Leos don't create that condition within themselves. It's just the way by which they move through life. And that's why I feel like for a lot of the energy working through those experiences, right? I just keep on hearing cuts like a knife, right? Cuts like a knife. And it's supposed to. It cuts like a knife because it's supposed to, because that's usually when you'll see, right? That's usually when you'll see a Leo get real sharp, right? That's when you'll see a Leo getting real sharp, because Leos have no, right? Leo's got no time for that, is what I keep on seeing. Thank you, dear Leos. Make sure that you're articulating upon it in a way that others see why. Continuing to get clarification, Cancer. 3 cards for Cancer, please. Woo! Did you see that card fly? Oh my goodness, I'm pulling it up. Judgment card in its upright. And 2 more, thank you. Hanged Man in its upright. And Chariot in its upright. What are we seeing here? I feel like I'm identifying. It feels like there's something, like, I need to point this out. These cards right now for Cancer, it's like I told you, like this energy for Cancer right now, it feels very cathartic, and it feels very beautiful. And the reason I keep on seeing that right now is, and I want to describe this. I feel like this is Cancerian energy that is getting more comfortable having one's feelings heard. And the thing you have to understand, and I feel like this is what's happening right now, I feel like there's a lot of nostalgia potentially occurring right now for those with Cancerian placements. But it feels like nostalgia tempered with activation, right? The nostalgia that feels like it's getting somewhere. Okay. And this is like, and this is what I like to point out, because and this is often what happens with those with Cancerian placements, right? Because the observation that our nostalgia allows us to be able to heal, because in the expressing of the nostalgia, we energetically prevent, right? And I feel like this is often, like, this is where we see a lot of cancers coming into themselves. This is why you see like Cancerian energy is allowed to feel nostalgic so long as they don't get lost in the nostalgia, right? Because the difference between being lost in nostalgia and allowing nostalgia to effectively be the map is when we are in a good relationship with our nostalgia, it helps us see things that we couldn't see before. It helps us understand what we're energetically grateful for. And so it's not about, like, I feel like there's something about that where there's something happening of where Cancerians are able to utilize nostalgia right now to shift a narrative, right? Bottom of the deck. And that is like that's what I mean. Like when it comes to that, right? Like the observation, right? Like, and I want to point this out. I feel like this is also Cancerian energy getting protective of others that are utilizing nostalgia in the same fashion, because it's giving me a little bit of energy of not only Cancerian energy doing that, but doing it and being protective of another in terms of being like, let them cook, like let them cook. And I keep on seeing someone say like, let them cook, because it's the understanding, right? Like when we allow each other to cook, then we allow someone to effectively see where someone's trying to go with something, right? I almost feel like it feels almost like, and I want to point out we're going to get to Gemini soon. This is something that often feels very, very akin to what we often see in Gemini energy. Reading into Gemini energy right now, as we're moving into that too. And so I feel like that's important as well for like Cancerian energy right now. Make sure that you're explaining, like allow the nostalgia. Like don't say to someone that they're wrong. Tell them a story, right? Like don't say to somebody you're wrong. Say, I want to tell you a story, right? Help show, don't tell. Continuing to get clarification for our Geminis right now. 3 cards, please. Devil card in its reversal. 9 of Pentacles in its upright. Queen of Swords in its reversal. I feel like there's something. I mean, like, here's the thing about. I feel like like a lot of the Gemini energy right now. I feel like there's something. I feel like there's something very. Um, I feel like there's something very significant and important. Um, as it relates to following your bliss right now. Like I feel like there, and I think it's interesting because like I don't know why, but I feel like to a certain extent I almost see some energy like healing from trauma, like as it relates to energy that's perpetually denied themselves a bliss state. You know what I mean? Like what do you even do about that? You know what I mean? And here's the thing about it. When you're working into the context, like when you're working like, and I feel like this is like the thing I keep on seeing with some of this Gemini energy is like, when somebody says to you, like, why are you doing something? And you being like saying like for the joy it brings. Joy is a very good reason for doing things, right? But you can't explain that to someone who's not known joy in their life. You can't explain You can't explain that to someone who has denied themselves of joy at every moment, right? There's no conversation there when another person's like, "What are you doing? Why are you doing that?" And you'd be like, "For joy," and another person's like, right, like what does that bring you? Joy, but like what is it like being like somebody like I literally see a situation by which one has to articulate to another that the joy, like joy is incredible, because you can't, like, if I said to you, right, like here's the thing about it. This is why we talk about the fact you have to follow bliss, because you can't just generate joy. If I said to you right now, make some joy, right, you'd be like, yay, like you wouldn't really be feeling it, right? You wouldn't be feeling it. You got to follow it. Like that's the funny thing about it, right? You gotta allow yourself, right? You gotta allow yourself to have, like, you have to allow yourself those moments to embrace doing something, because it feels good to do it. And there's nothing wrong with that, is what I keep on saying. But and here's the thing about it, you know, yeah, like bringing joy to the joyless is like, Like I just keep on seeing some situation, right? When another person has like worked through, right? And I feel like this is what's hard about it. Like, and I want to point this out for some of the Gemini energy. Um, you know, another person, we learn a lot, like everything we need to know about another person is found in how they navigate, how they find us in a state of bliss, is what I'm going to say. Because how another person navigates finding us in a state of bliss tells us far more about the pain that they're carrying than it does about us, is what I keep on saying. But it's hard, right? Because it's hard sometimes when you see somebody that's carrying a lot of pain, trying to project that pain on you when you're in your bliss state. Remember, right? Hold that bliss more sacredly, and understand. I just keep on hearing it. If someone is cruel to you, finding you in a bliss state, that has everything, that is their pain they're carrying that they're trying to project onto you, not the way that you should feel about yourself. Thank you so much, my Gemini dears. Continuing to get clarification here. Moving into Taurus. Two more, please. Cards been coming a lot right now for Taurus. Eight of Cups in its reversal. Queen of Cups in its reversal. Four of Pentacles in its reversal. You know, I the thing I'm seeing right now, for a lot of I feel like the one thing I want to say right now, or reaffirm to those with Taurus placements, is there is one planet right now. There is one planet moving through your house. And it's the planet that you come here to heal your relationship with. Okay? There's one planet moving through your house right now. And how does it change your feeling? How does it change your feeling when I articulate to you that that's the planet that you're here to heal your relationship with? I know it's probably bringing a lot of feelings up, right? Probably bringing a lot of volatility. And so remembering, I feel like this is the important thing to identify there. You know, not allowing another's volatility, not allowing another person to bring your volatility out and then try to utilize that volatility against you, right? The observation, right? The observation of understanding the quality and condition of navigating an energetic trigger, or the observation of seeing, like the difference that happens when we observe someone, right? When we observe another person intentionally trying to trigger us, right? Then even in that is protection, because it's the observation of being able. And here's the thing about it. And here's the thing. Feelings, we have license to our feelings when our feelings are reasonable, when we have a reason for feeling them. But here's the thing about when somebody has hard feelings, they'll try to do things to another, right? They'll try to do things to another to validate the hard feelings that they had no right or logic in carrying in the first place, right? There it is. There you'll see somebody with hard feelings that have no right or reason to carry those feelings. And what are they always trying to do? They're trying to provoke another person to make the feelings that they have valid through provocation so that then they can try to articulate that that was the reason they had the hard feelings in the first place. I know it feels ridiculous, but that's a trauma environment. This is what trauma does. Trauma tries to retroactively add a reason to something that was never reasonable in the first place. And when you recognize that trauma will sit there and try to find a cause for something that had no cause, right? Then you get very conscientious. When another person is trying to provoke you, you remember who you are, right? When another person is trying to provoke you, you don't give them the satisfaction of delivering them what they're trying to generate from within you. You identify and recognize and observe what's occurring and allow that to guide your energetic actions. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Taurus. Continuing right now. The next sign we're reading for, final sign today, is our Aries. Aries, sun, moon, and rising. 3 cards already on the table. What do we got here? Woo! We got a 9 of swords in its reversal. We got a 10 of wands in its upright. And we've got a magician in its upright. You know, here's the thing about, like, here's the wild thing. Here's the wild thing with Aries energy. Aries energy loves doing things that other people dread. You know what I mean? Like there's Aries will be like, let's do it. It'll be great. And everyone else is like, no. And be like, no, it'll be really fun. Like, here's the thing. Like, it's giving me a lot of hurt so good kind of energy. You know what I mean? Like Aries are like the champions of hurt so good. And you know what I mean about that? Because like Aries feel that and they're like, this is the sound of me getting stronger. Right? Like, and I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's something about this energy right now, which is potentially like, it feels to me like, and I think that this is really important. And you have to understand this. And I think that Aries understand this deeply. Nothing is coming too easily, right? Nothing is coming too easily. But nothing is more vexing, right? Than when you've been sitting there doing something so carefully and another person tries to articulate that they could do it too. What do? Right? Like, I love this about an Aries because an Aries will just sit there and throw them the keys. Right? Like Aries will just sit there like an Aries will be like, okay, all right, cool. Oh wait, what did you say? Like Aries will literally just sit there and be like, what did you say? Did you just say it was easy? Wait, did you just say you could do it better? Like Aries will be like Aries will be like, here you go. Right? Here you go. There you go. No, you knock yourself out. Right? Like literally, because Aries will be like, you knock yourself, go ahead. Knock yourself out. Never be more worried. Like, Aries will sit there and hand someone the keys and go, knock yourself out. Right? Because what happened to that person? Right? And there's the Aries. Aries will be like, what? They said that they knew what they were doing. Aries will be like, they said they were a track star. Like that's the thing about it. Like I don't know what to say. Like I don't know what to say about a situation like this because like here's the thing about like the thing about like and I want to point this out. Like this is what happens with Aries. You know, like and you don't like the most dangerous thing you could ever say to an Aries is I could do that. Right? Like, the most why would you ever say that to an Aries? What love your life. Like love your life. Because like the thing about it is like, and I need to point this out, like Aries will be like, okay, go for it. Aries does not do things to prove it. Right? Aries will take that moment and hand you the keys. They'll be like, I'm going on vacation. No, guys, it's okay. No, they said they said they could do it. The energy goes, they said they could do it. So I'm just like, it's like, again, make sure that you're articulating how you feel. Don't don't be reactive. Like, work through your feelings to a certain extent, okay? Particularly and especially, like, listen to me, Aries. Do not create a catastrophe right now to prove a point. You know what I'm talking about, okay? Because sometimes, and I need to point this out, when you create a catastrophe to prove a point, all you're doing is self-sabotaging. I said it. I say that to you with all the love in my heart. Okay? I'm not saying that's every quality and condition right now, but I'm just saying think about that. Okay? Do not create a catastrophe to prove a point if that's actually because that's a way that you sometimes self-sabotage. Okay? All right, and I say that with you. I'm not saying that that's happening. I'm saying that take that into consideration. Okay. That is our daily collective. That is our tarot astrology for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Hold on, straight stop eating that. Okay, thank you. Most importantly, sorry. Please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Court of Pentacles. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also receive you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive, as well as the opportunity of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events and my online live schedule, as well as my mystic meditation articles, which give you updates on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. Just wrote one recently on this full moon that we've got coming up. I'm going to be releasing one shortly on the new moon we've got coming around just around the corner. Finally, I want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute reads, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey at a discounted rate, as well as my dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. Thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Congratulations to Bridget. You got the highest gifter today. And thank you so much, Nicole. You came in second. Wait, Nicole came in first. Wait, Nicole's first. All right, Nicole came in first. All right, just got an update. Nicole, you got the highest gifter today, and Bridget, you came in second. So you will have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, the list is, I've got one spot left on the list before the list will be closed. Anyone else who gets on the list will be read for on Monday. We'll be off tomorrow. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, for those joining us over on the place where we keep the videos, you can also get on the list today via my tree that has links in it in my bio. And if you become a paid subscriber there, you will also be able to, you will also have access to a free reading, a free 1 card reading each day as well. Okay. Perfect. Excellent. And just reading over right now. Wrote that down. Thank you for writing it down, Ella. I appreciate you. How are you doing today, Joey? Okay. Hold on a minute. Perfect. Hi there. Welcome from Moscow. Welcome, Kat. Nicole. Nikki, I appreciate you. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. We did go backwards today, Nikki. Yep. I know it's hard being a Libra right now. I feel like, here's the thing about it. I feel like there's an expansive process that's happening right now for Libras. So just giving yourself space to kind of navigate that and holding compassion as you do so. How you doing today, Chelsea? Good to see you. I hear small violins. Yeah, absolutely. 1 minute. Rolling in that dough. I love that, Bridget. Absolutely. I feel, oh, thank you for also being here and receiving these messages, Dex. Grand existence number. I love that. I love it. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. And Trent, thank you for sharing the live as well. Oh, cool. I don't know what that means, Bridget, but thank you. I'm glad we reached that level. Okay. Excellent. Thank you for letting me know. And thank you again for sharing, guys. Always appreciate when you guys share the lives here. Living my dream. We love that, Dada. Excellent. And Shay Shay, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Suzanne. How you doing today? Welcome. And Kat, good to see you. Smirt, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. I've got 1 more spot available today. You came here to rewind and then the queen came out. That's wild, Nikki. Starlight, I'm happy to read for you on that. If you'd like to get on the list, list is open. We've got 1 more spot available today. Thank you for the help, Nikki. I appreciate it. Very spot on with Leo. Thank you for also receiving these messages. How you doing today, Teresa? Good to see you. Thank you for also receiving these messages, MV. And Kim, thank you for the follow. Absolutely. I'll share my feelings with them. Sarah, thank you for the follow and thank you for those gifts and thank you for becoming the 101 fan to my fan club. I appreciate you. Me, over dramatic nevers, have to claim. Your 10-year-old's a Sag. Oh my gosh, how are you doing today? Yeah, my ex's moon is in Sag and that checks. Yeah, for me, it's like, it feels like Sag is having to navigate some dramatic energy. Yeah, it's, we need a little drama in our lives. Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Psychic, for the follow. Yeah, I had a full blown meltdown yesterday from overdoing it. Thank you for also receiving these messages, Bridget. Yeah, as a Virgo moon, I have indeed tested that theory and it does eventually boil. Okay. I love that, Nicole. I can't leave the kitchen because it's also like, that's what happens if you're neurodivergent. Like a wash pot doesn't boil, but if you're neurodivergent, the pot will boil immediately if you stop looking at it. Oh, sending you support, Nicole. Yep. How you doing today, Erica from Africa? Yes, Bridget, I've learned how to slow down. No. Susie Q, thank you for the follow. Moon, thank you for sharing the live. We come in the clutch. I love that, Visionaire. And Chad, thank you for the follow. How you doing today, Chelsea? Breaking, it's hard being. I know it feels a little. It feels like rough right now for Libras, but it's like it's rough but strengthening. You know? Yeah, the audacity, Nicole. Yeah, the quality of a logical fallacy. Oh my God. Thank you, Atomic, for receiving these messages. Back from a nap. Welcome, Ella. Sigh. Yeah, we don't ask for much. I know. What if the fallacy is dishonor? Oh, sending you support on that journey, Atomic. Yeah, the quality of truth is in common for activated souls. Agreed. Yeah, making it very clear. Yeah, they're like joy shmoy. Exactly. Very true. Yeah, share your joy with people who can share it. Absolutely. How to hold it differently and not allow anger and allow the anger with love and understanding in a healthy way. Tap to claim, Nicole. Dada, thank you for sharing the live. Yeah, I say that in Pilates all the time. We like challenging is why I still work in this field I'm in, even though I complain about it. Yeah, it hurts so good. Thank you as well. Prove it. Yeah, when we're told we can't, we keep going. Hashtag absolutely. Good entertainment. Absolutely. Here, I'll help you get started. And Coastal, thank you for the follow. Yeah, love your life. Virgo. Virgo is going to order a drink and sit next to Aries to watch. That's a really good way of putting it. Absolutely. I wrote that down. These reads are great. Thank you, Trishina. Good to see you today, dear. Yes, Drake endorsing the self-sabotaging. Yeah, she's got to stop. Man, she's got to stop doing that. Is it too late to do my reading today? No, Hannah, we were looking for you. You're just, it's fine. Absolutely. Yep, absolutely. I have a, oh, Virgo moon. Thank you for receiving this message, Mandy. Marie, we've got room on the list for one more person today. If you'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, and also those who are paid, those who are super fans always get a free card each day. If you'd like to become a super fan. All right. That said, how are you doing today? We're going to get started. We're going to continue back on personal readings. The first person we're reading, I'm going to read the list we have right now. Okay, the list we've got right now is Tate and Hannah. And as I mentioned, I've got Tate, Hannah, and Nicole. I know you had a reading today, but let me know if you want to hold that reading for tomorrow or if you'd like to have it today. In the meantime, though, the first person we are reading for is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific. Thank you for confirming, Nicole. Absolutely. Do you want to be added to the list for Monday? Not tomorrow, Monday. And in the meantime, I'm looking for Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call right now for Tate. Second call right now for Tate. If Tate is not here, yeah, I'm definitely going to need a reading on Monday. I'll probably get one on Tuesday. So do you want me to put you on the list for Monday now? Okay, perfect. All right, let me put this here. All right, Nicole, I've added you to the list for Monday and you have priority. And if Tate is not here, the next person we're reading for today is Hannah. Hannah, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And as I mentioned, friends, we've got room on the list for one more person today before the list will be closed. Excellent. Before we continue with Hannah's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal oracle card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the stag. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I'm going to pin up Hannah here. Guys, make sure to give Hannah some love. Four cards, please. Oh, really? Okay, it's like that. It's fine. Hold on a moment. What is going on, Hannah? Okay. Um, so I feel like I'm seeing, like, the thing I'm identifying here is I feel like you found something. Like, it feels very much like I feel like I'm identifying here. You know, like it feels like finding a calling. It feels like finding something. Like there's a lot of like chest pounding here, but I feel like it's positive chest pounding because I don't know why, but it feels like it's reaffirming something that you always thought. And what I'm identifying upon it is I keep on seeing, like, I feel like this is you kind of finding or coming into um a sense of higher purpose about something. And the thing I keep on seeing in relationality to it, um how do I describe this? All we can effectively do, and like I want to point this out because I see a lot of energy around you too. All we can effectively do is help each other find our sense of purpose, right? And the thing about it is our sense of purpose doesn't hurt anybody, right? Our sense of purpose doesn't hurt anybody. But often, the thing I keep on seeing that you're like trying to help another person see is understanding, like, the best thing you can do when helping another person find their sense of purpose is helping them identify or recognize the shape or nature of the hurdles that they themselves need to effectively work through. And I think it's interesting because I almost feel like I see you having that conversation with someone. You know, like I almost feel like I see you talking to someone about some kind of hurdles that feel extraneous or unnecessary. And the thing about it, and I think that you kind of recognize and identify this, I don't know if there's something that you're doing right now that's built upon. I don't know if you're talking about moving with somebody, because it does feel like there's something here about trying to decide where you and another person are potentially going to be long term. But the thing I keep on seeing, like it feels like the conversation in relationality to proximity, specifically and particularly, because I almost identify um, some kind of work to try to do something more effectively. And I think that there's something there that's really significant, because I don't know if you're in the process of creating something or doing something new. I feel like I see you laying the foundations for something here. And the thing about it is, when we are laying foundations, the one thing that we need is bandwidth, right? We need the time. We need the ability. And I want to point out, and I think that this is important to explain to another person too, because I feel like it's a conversation by which, you have to understand, the eagerness by which you and another person do something has everything to do with how much free time is at your disposal, right? And I want to stress this, because often it's interesting, because I almost feel like you're stuck between a space by which another person hasn't had a Saturn return yet. Like, I see you working as hard as you can towards something, right? And trying to use, like, I keep on hearing the words precious energy, right? Trying to articulate upon how precious energy is. And I see another person potentially doing, like, with a lot of it, looking for somewhere to spend it, right? And I feel like that is what you need to communicate to someone, because often you'll see this, like, the space by which a person is truly invested in helping us is understanding that everything does not contain the same inherent value, right? Like, if I'm in a space, if I'm in a space by which I need time to do something, right? Then the ability of another person, like giving a responsibility, does not create, right? It doesn't create the ability to be able to truly cultivate. It almost feels like it feels like almost a space by which you're identifying to another person and saying, you're not necessarily hearing what I'm energetically asking for, so much as you're delivering what you yourself might aspire to receive in that moment. So I feel like there's something really important about that, because the quality and condition by which our needs are met is not quantified in others giving us things. Because often you'll notate that those that are deep in their ego will give us things that they themselves aspire and desire to receive, rather than truly listening to what it is that we're energetically asking for. So I say all of that right now because I feel like it's almost you and another person having to have a bit of a feelings check, right? And a bit of a feelings check. And the best way to have a feelings check is when you articulate to another. You say, like, you have a whole conversation with someone, right? And it's really important. I know it sounds like the easiest thing, but it's really important. Having a whole conversation with someone about something. And then at the end of it saying, can you please repeat back to me what I asked for? I want you to write those words down. I want you to write down those words, because I feel like they're really going to change the shape and the nature of a conversation or some kind of frustration that you're energetically experiencing, right? Not the state, not the state by which you effectively articulate something, right? Having a whole conversation. The conversation is irrelevant focus on the ask, right? The conversation is irrelevant. Focus on the ask, right? It's not enough, because here's the thing about it. We can have a whole conversation, and when we're not in the same page, then we leave the conversation with a whole different idea of what was being asked for. So make sure before you leave conversations right now, you say, can you please, like, can you please repeat back to me what I asked for? Right? And if they can't, like, let that be the starting point, right? Because whenever we have a conversation, especially a conversation about our intentions, we are actually asking for things, right? A feelings check, a true feelings check, right? A true feelings check is not about checking our feelings, right? It's not about checking our feelings. It's about making sure that we're on the same page as it relates to what we're asking for. Thank you so much. And this is your book. Okay. A minute. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Hannah. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list, I've got one more spot. We got one more spot available. And if you'd like to get on the list, it's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. I know I can't control how they take it, though. I mean, but I mean, like, the thing about it, though, like, here's the thing about it. What gives you any indication that it has something to do with control? Right? Like care is about receptivity. You know? So I feel like it's almost like focus less about control and more about quantifying receptivity, you know? Right. But I get it. All right, continuing right now. Thank you so much for having that reading with me and sending you so much support on that journey. Continuing right now, next person we're reading for right now. I'm just going to take a moment to read over the comments that came through. Just bear with me. And Lily, thank you for the follow. Hi there, Donnies. How you doing today? Grey Wolf, thank you for the follow. It can be difficult for me to ask directly for what I need because I don't want to hurt them. That's the thing. That's where your healing's coming through, right? You know what, there's the nature of the shadow work you have to go through. Okay, what are you asking for, right? What are you asking for that you believe would hurt another, right? Like that is what needs to be effectively navigated, right? Because if you're in healthy alignment, then what you're asking for, right? Like, as long as it's not intentionally meant to hurt another, it should be met with like receptivity. Yep, you're so welcome, dear. All right, let's continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Tate. Tate, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? I'll also point out, friends, we've got room on the list today for one more read. If anybody else wants to get on the list for a reading, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 3 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy, medical, and legal. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. As we wait to see if there's anybody else who wants to secure that final spot, we are going to get started on 1 card readings for super fans. and for paid members over on the place where we keep the videos. If you are a super fan or a paid member over on the place where you keep the videos, just go ahead and put your question in the comments. I'll be happy to draw cards for you. If you would like to become a super fan or a paid member, now is a great time too if you'd like to have that free one card reading. Alexandra, one card advice for today, please. It feels to me like you making sure that you and another person are on the same page. You know? Let that intention guide you. Even when even talking to your guides, you know? I feel like there's something important there. I feel like there's something important. Yeah, especially with the blank manifestation. I feel like this is you like starting something new or taking a new approach to something or trying to see I keep on hearing a little experience looking at something with a different direction sense is what I keep on getting. Bridget, 2 cards, highest priority, please. You know, it has a lot to do. I feel like it has a lot to do with it has a lot to do with that observation that we were talking about in relationality to the connection between you and another person. And I feel like, you know, it's interesting too because the cards almost feel, and I think it's very similar to what you might have picked up in the meditation. The cards feel energetically apologetic, you know? And I keep on getting, and here's the thing about it, right? Like when I identify this, this is why I feel like the hard part was that when you agreed, not only did you agree to go, but you also energetically agreed in terms of understanding like what it would take or what it would entail to energetically return back. Right? This is why I see the hesitancy, because I see you literally having to articulate to another and saying, I keep on hearing you say to them, I didn't want them to have to go through it. Right? And I keep on hearing, so and this is like they're articulating to me the argument that you were having and coming back and being like, I don't want them to have to go through it. And the only reason you chose to come back is because they said they already agreed to it. And I keep on hearing them say they agreed to it, without I keep on saying there was a jaw-dropping moment in spirit where you actually had a conversation and said, I don't want them to have to go through it. And they said they agreed to it but before, they said they agreed to it regardless. Literally, I keep on getting the word that they're identifying there. And that's why you came back. That's ice cold. That's ice cold. Hold on, I gotta write this down for you. I don't want them. I'm not going because I don't want them to go through that. And they said they're doing it, and then they added the word regardless. They said to tell you they're doing it regardless of whether you agreed to it or not. Jeez. Hold on. Oh, that's wild. That's so wild. That's ice cold. That's ice cold. That's ice cold. Sorry, that's ice cold. It's bottom of the deck. It was that regardless. It's that regardless. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. I can't. I can't. I can't. Okay. Moving on. That's oh my gosh. All right. Sorry. All right. Who's next? Hold on. Continuing. Oh man, that's so okay. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going through the feelings for you. Mm, okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. I need to go take a walk. Hold on. I got you, Nicole. You're so welcome. One card on reuniting. Yep. I got you, dear. It feels like I feel like there's going to be a lot of um it feels like a lot of opening up, you know. It feels like a hard opening, and especially with this animal oracle card, um like someone trying to energetically articulate like the difficult position, right? Like I feel like I see somebody um like trying to articulate or identify the difficult position they were in as it relates to articulating things to you, is what I keep on hearing, you know. Like it feels emotional but also very grounding and fortifying. Yeah, I know. That was incredibly heavy. Yeah, like um you know, the one thing I will articulate, like the one thing I will say about the energy I was reading for you, Nicole, is like it's saying to me, like it almost is identifying to me like your own like I feel like it's interesting because I feel like you almost saying to somebody like I feel like you saying like I don't want to like not like hoping to like move away from like don't feel like you need to share what's going like what's happening if you're looking for a reprieve from it, you know, which is the identification point of being able to say to others like what you're hoping to achieve for the evening rather than like I feel like it's interesting because like I almost see you kind of like working in some capacity to help like to set the energetic intention in terms of like what you're hoping like the evening like what you're hoping like what you're hoping that you guys will talk about but also what you're not feeling inclined to discuss is what I keep on getting. Gabrielle, one card for highest priority in relationality to relationship. I keep on hearing the word solid yes, right? And I keep on getting a solid like a solid yes, right? There's only one there's only one sound a solid yes makes, right? There's only one sound a solid yes makes, right? Animal oracle, particularly and especially with the air dragon. There's only one sound a solid there's only one sound a solid yes makes is all I keep on hearing, which is like I feel like that's what you have to like I feel like it's interesting because it feels like it's a guide articulating that to you over and over again, which is the state or nature by which, right, I keep on saying a solid rest a solid it's interesting because I said a solid yes does not require rest to come around. A solid yes does not require rest to come around. A solid yes does not require yes to come around. Um, Hold on, I need to write that down for you. 1 second. Yep, bear with me a moment. A solid yes does not require rest to come around. I feel like you should write that down because it feels like a koan, something that may have meaning to you, more meaning to you in time. Hi there. Healing Alchemist. 1 card for my guardian angel, please. It's interesting because it feels to me like never are you pleasing them more than when you're embodying the spirit, right? Never do you please them more than when you're embodying the spirit of what they're here to do. Bottom of the deck. That doesn't require that we receive it, right? Doesn't require that one receives it. Animal Oracle, especially with that B energy, right? Don't be so hard on yourself if you're not doing it perfectly. They see how hard you're working towards perfection, right? Your intention is your protection. Okay. Hold on a minute. You're so welcome, Nicole. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. It feels like I was seeing that. It feels really emotional. Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it's saying to me like a Bridget, like when I tell you the emotion I felt, I would be upset too. Is what I keep saying. I would be upset too. I would be upset too. Like that, like oh my gosh. Absolutely. Yeah, 2 times. No, but I feel like that's your guide coming through. Nicole. Melissa, 1 card on travel, please. Ace of Pentacles in its reversal. Go for it. I feel like I feel like I see you worrying about like whether it feels unnecessary or not. It feels important and relevant. Animal Oracle, yeah, especially with the salmon. I think it's interesting because I just keep on getting some type of energy of you and another person, like getting some kind of face-to-face time or being able to see something in a way. Like it feels like, I don't know if there's something about you looking for a location or trying to like secure something, but I feel like it's a, like, I don't know why, like it seems to me like it's you like putting your footprint on something, you know? Like I keep on hearing someone say like it's good to like it's good to um like I just keep on, I don't know why I keep on hearing someone say like I really appreciate the fact that you came out of your way. Like somebody remembering that is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. Feeling all the feels is totally messing with me. I can see why. Yeah, what's the bottom say? I kept a lot of my heavy stuff at home to work out with myself. Yeah, and that's what I meant in terms of saying to everybody, like you, I feel like you can kind of set the template, in terms of like what it is that you're hoping to find for the night. Just kind of like I see like it's like Band-Aid rip moment. You're so welcome, dear. Mm-hmm. Avatar, one card highest, please. I feel like I see something right now. I feel like somebody around you right now is coming to terms with the fact that something is really over, is what I'm getting. Yeah. We say what we mean and we mean what we say, and we don't say things to get our way, right? Because that's how you lose the best person that you've ever met, right? Like it almost, it feels to me, it's like when another person, like it almost says to me like the thing about it is when another person um isn't navigating a relationship seriously, you know like it feels like it says, like it almost identifies like some quality or condition by which I feel like you're almost helping another person understand that like you can't help another person out of their trauma environment, right? And the thing is, the way you usually identify someone that's too trapped in their trauma environment is instead of working to heal things, they try to teach lessons. And often the space by which they try to teach lessons, they self-sabotage the best person they've ever met, right? There's no teaching lessons in healthy relationship. There's just healing together. I keep on getting your counterpart recognizes and realizes that. They're not going to put you through that. Yep, I got them. How you doing, P? These are one card readings for super fans. P, if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you. Mm-hmm. Yep. No, no, let's be clear. I'm not saying that they caused the mess. Okay? I'm not saying that they caused the mess, but I am saying that they kind of forced your hand in returning. It's a different thing that I said. I did not say they caused the mess. I said they kind of forced your hand in returning. It's different. Absolutely. Oh, thank you, Elizabeth. I appreciate that. Hope you're having a lovely day. One moment, please. Perfect. I know. It's like, it does feel like audacity. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yes, exactly. Beautifully said, Ella. Align, thank you for the follow. Mm-hmm. You have an awesome day, Aligned. Okay. Yeah, I felt that. Absolutely. How do I do that? So, P, if you go down, there's a little orange icon that says fan club, and you can sign up to be a paid member of the fan club, and then you're able to have a reading. I hope that helps. We also have room on the list if you would like a full reading. It's 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. I've got room on the list for one more person today. Thanks, Layo. Thank you for the help, Ella. Oh, that's beautiful, Nicole. All right, my friends. Final call right now for anyone who is a super fan. I got you, Ella. Highest good from that guide, please. You're handling it a lot better than they would. I feel like you're handling it a lot better than they would, is what I keep on saying. I feel like I see that. I feel like I keep on seeing like you off. I feel like you often think of things that they hadn't thought of. They're like they're describing the fact that you've got a good head on your shoulders. Because I keep on seeing somebody that's like, like you're sitting there thinking they're like going to get the baseball bat. They're like, oh, or we could do that. Like, I literally see the energy being like, I'll be right back. And like coming back with a baseball bat and being like, oh, or we could do that. Like just like dropping the baseball bat. Being like, what was that? Nothing. No, that's a good idea. What was that? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Like, like thank you so much, dear. All right, my friends. Keep that. Keep that head on your shoulders. All right, my friends. Final call right now for anyone who is has not had a card pulled. Anyone who missed the daily collective today, it should be up now over on. It's up on the place where we keep the videos. It's also up on my stack. Nikki, I got you, dear. What are we reading for? Whoop! Oh, I gotta go down and get it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, looks very nice. That's a pause. That's the most pause. That this is like literally the brunch card. I just don't know if you know that this is literally the brunch card. um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the Hierophant. I think that it's like it feels like there's some deep healing going on. Especially as it relates to an odd coincidence, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, because spirit's there too, right? I don't know why, but I keep on seeing like I keep on hearing spirit says hi, or somebody in spirit trying to put their seal of approval on something, being like, explain that. I love when spirit shows up because spirit's always like, I bet you're wondering how that happened. um, there's I feel like there's something very healing occurring, healing moment through and through. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. We will be offline tomorrow, but returning back on Monday. If you would like to get on the list for Monday, you can do so now and you'll have priority on the list. You'll be the second person read for. If you became a super fan or a paid member today, thank you, welcome. I would encourage you to message me directly, and I will be happy to send you an invite to our subscriber only disco channel. Just message me a disco gif and I'll send you that invite. There you can introduce yourself to the collective, and in the perk section you'll find a special coupon code to our tarot class subscription program. Our next class is going to be held on Thursday, June 18th at 5:30 p.m. PST, 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We're going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the ace cards. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and receiving these messages. Huge. Oh, wait, what? What happened? Who sent what? Hold on. Oh, one more card. Thank you for confirming. Yeah, LA read for you. Oh, I'm going to resend. Oh, I see P. I see. Oh, thank you, P, for becoming a super fan. I see you. Okay. Okay, good. No, I got you. Yep. You're not spamming. One card for future. Can I get a card of clarity and relationality to what's going on with that energy? Oh, hold on a minute. I feel like I see somebody that's still deeply hurt about something that happened. Yeah, make sure that there's something about taking accountability in relationality to something that you potentially avoided telling them, is what I keep on seeing, you know? Like I feel like I don't know why, but it feels to me like they're hurting from something they feel like you didn't fully reveal to them. Yeah, especially with the bear, right? The observation of making sure that you're coming, like sometimes like the best thing we can do is come from a place of absolute authenticity to allow the context of like creating healthy ground by which healing can occur. You like not necessarily forcing that, but just offering it to another and letting them kind of navigate how they like choose to proceed from there. Thank you so much, dear, and thank you for becoming a subscribe a super fan. No, never, Sonia. One card, highest priority, please. Yeah, the four of wands and it's upright. I feel like I see you. Like a change of a location can change your mindset. You know, sometimes doing things in a different location changes the way we're thinking about them. So if you're feeling a little stuck right now, like think about doing think about like it says like it's almost saying to me like working vacation. You know, like a working invasion, a working. It's funny. I said a working vacation to get the juices flowing, right? Like something about like it says to me like being able to embody something more or to get the sense of what it might have felt like to be somewhere is what I keep on seeing. Thank you. Absolutely. All right, my friends, I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you, I did get Sonia. My biggest thank you to my mod, K Megan. I hope you're getting rest wherever you may be. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And I will see you again on Monday. Have a great day, everyone.